welcome. Beautiful divine masculine and feminine darlings. This is the Seraphim Gypsy, SeraFae, and Shiloh Horizon. I don't plan to be here for too long, but I do have a reading to do. I'm making a protein drink right now, and I also just finished repairing my nails, so that was helpful. Now here's a little fun fact, just a weird side note. I thought this was very strange, but I've been picking it up for a few days. These are natural, but this one broke, and this one broke, and so I picked up some acrylic and I made new nails. I did not use tips. I don't like tips. And I picked up a download from a karmic the other day who was weirdly sitting there thinking, well, geez, she must be, if she does her own nails, she must be ambidextrous. That is correct. That's correct. Now what I do need though is a Dremel, because I couldn't quite get underneath the nail to clean it up the way that I wanted, and what I need is a Dremel because it was a little bit hard to get everything done that I needed to do with the file that I had. Normally I'd either have more files of a variety of grits, and I didn't quite have the full spectrum of them that I need, professionally speaking, but a Dremel or a nail drill would actually allow me, just thought process on creative problem solving, would allow me to get a lot more closely to the nail, a lot more quickly, first of all, right? You can file the nail down more effectively. It's faster than doing it manually by hand. And you can get under the nail. But because the Dremels are so small, you have a lot more precision than you would with just a regular long nail file. So those were my observations. So there's that. Let's start here. I hear that Doshi song. It's a Doshi song, and she took the track from somebody I used to know. It's called Anxiety. Oh, that's so funny, as I just split the deck. Right in the center is Clairaudience. I'm not reading reversals, but that's how it fell. Okay. I do this with tea sometimes. A crystal ball. But I don't need to use tools to read. But that's what we're doing. Also dream interpretation. I did a dream prophecy. Was it a reading this morning? I think it was just a bit of writing in the community board. Akashic records. Yep. Cartomancy. So what this is saying is just being able to pick up what's going on so that we know how to navigate. Akashic records are things that have happened in past lives, things that are to happen, future or going on presently. It's like a computer system of the reality. Data system, crystal healing. Okay, and I just flipped this agate over. This is blue agate. 522. I love you, T. Speaking of past life energy. Mr. Tony just popped through. I really love you, like a whole lot. Let's do some Reiki while I'm here too. See, there it is. I heard Karmic. How did you do your nails on both nails? With a paintbrush and acrylic? I told you. How do you do that? Because I know what I'm doing. And I am, in fact, ambidextrous. Yes. That doesn't surprise me. There was a song that came out the other day, or a few readings ago. It was one where I was sitting on the couch with the middle finger up over my head. And speaking of, it was a song. It was Jairus Johnson, My Sword, and he says, Daenerys Targaryen, right? Targaryen? Whatever her name is. Fucking barbarian. I just heard Khaleesi. Isn't that her name? Doesn't she have two names? I have not watched that actually yet, interestingly enough. But I will say that the quote has a royal bloodline descendant. I'll tell you that the reference point of I will do what queens do, I will rule was probably one of the most iconic things. Also, fun fact, I haven't watched the series, but I do know some little facts about it. The guy, what was his name? Balboa? Jason? Malmoa? What is his name? Something. The one that had cross interactions with Amber Heard, unfortunately. He, when he was on the mechanical dragon and they were filming, he accidentally got his baby makers caught in between the machines. And it was like a toss-up, he said, between ruining the shot and telling them, yo, like my nuts are stuck, let me let me out of here, and finishing the scene and hoping it didn't cause injury. But man, that what a choice. Astrology. That's so funny because I'm just about to do my nails. I just repaired. All right, so this one, let me show you. I'm turning the lights on. This one broke the other day. You can see the acrylic underneath it because I built it up underneath it a little bit too, forgetting that I couldn't quite get underneath there. It's been so long since I've done this without a Dremel. But, oh, have you seen it? Interesting. So it's like Seven of Wands, people trying to knock the Empress or the Emperor off of their square, off of their throne. Middle-aged Tanya Harding. Meaning like medieval ages. But the thing about this is there was enough nail for me not to have to do that. With this one I could have just built it up, but this one broke all the way right down there. Like you can see that's all just it was a little rough to get in there with the tools that I did have, but I made it work. I'll put a little bit of salve on it. It'll be healed tomorrow. It's just a little bit irritated right now. But I did it. This one I didn't need to do. This one I really needed to build a whole new nail. I could have put a tip on it, but I don't like tips, so I built it with, I use these nail forms. It's a sticker. And so you wrap it around your finger and you straight up have to build a nail out of liquid gel, goo, and shape it properly. It's harder to do it that way, but I prefer it that way. And yes, I'm ambidextrous. Because I've heard a karmic stewing over that for like 3 days. So weird. But anyway, now that that's done, I just had some other stuff I wanted to do first. I'm gonna go paint them. However, in fact, that's pretty much the design that I have planned all week to do, to do. And you know what's funny is these are the color schemes that I thought initially it was going to be, but I got to download to change them a little bit, some color therapy. So interestingly enough. Anything else? That's funny. Yeah, like I said, I had some other stuff to do, some other stuff I wanted to get done first, some cleaning and stuff. I hear you better shape up by, well, it's from Greece. It's the Grease musical, but it's the Dylan Rockoff version. He does a cover of that. I also hear, is it Mine, I think, by Bazzy? Beautiful, 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 beautiful baby. Beautiful angel. Yeah, he's calling her an angel. Love your imperfections every angle. So here we are checking in with the cards, but there's automatic writing here. I do that. I also do trance mediumship. Or I can. It's not all I do, but discernment. I was just thinking I'm gonna pretty much everything, but I don't mess with hypnosis. Somebody says, why? Why? I don't particularly like the concept, God says no also, of messing with people's minds. And that's absolutely what that has the very well potential to be. It can be dangerous. Frankly, the only people I've ever personally known to be interested in it are not good people at that. So it doesn't surprise me that people like that would want to get into that kind of field, does it? And I do that. In fact, why don't I grab that deck? I also do that. Let me pull out some herbs. I keep picking up, the card hasn't come out, but I have for 2 hours continued to pick up the word shaman or shamanism. It's come out a few times this week. I also do that. Angel readings, precisely. Beautiful, 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 beautiful angel. Okay, anything else? As far as the astrology goes, those are actually the next couple of decks that I have to pull out anyway, so that's on point. What a prerequisite. And the cards came out about picking up past, present, future energy, as if that wasn't clear enough. I heard that. What are the odds? Little to none. That's why I listen. Because I know better. Somebody says, then to what? Then to dismiss the divine. Venus, love, Gemini, Aphrodite. Hello. Welcome to my tea corner. 1522. Welcome to the creep show. Welcome to my creep show. Beauty, harmony, romance, charm, receiving, sensuality, luxury, wealth, diplomacy, magnetism. Oh, you know what I was just watching too? While I was taking care of some things and myself. Hold on, let's mix this protein drink, shall we, too? While I'm at it, impeccable. It's called Apple Cider Vinegar. It was on Netflix. And it was just a random thing that popped up. It was a title that caught my attention the other day. I got a download about it, and I'll explain that in a minute. I'm also picking up bees, specifically having to do with honey, and then Oshun in this case. And so I would say that they're karmics. Interesting. I hear there are karmics who've tried to play with deities, call upon voodoo deities and things. I hear sweetener spells. No, they're not in support of the people who've been calling them. In fact, they're quite grossed out and feeling disrespected. But they do support those who were targeted and slandered and attacked or tried to be dismissed or stepped on by those types of people. So the sweetener spells they tried to do are backfiring on them and being sent towards the light workers, or more specifically, the people, the deities, the beings, the energies they tried to call for abundance in life have rejected them and are moving towards the light workers, us, instead. And so I clipped it, I put it in just bookmarked it, and quickly in passing the other day. And I actually haven't been called to watch anything at all, let alone on this app, for a while. But the other day I was called to go through, and I just got a download to check it. A few things popped out, so I saved them. And today I was called to go in and pull one up. And the one that caught my attention again was apple cider vinegar. And this one is pretty prominent because the reference that comes to mind, well, two things. I use apple cider vinegar just like I use lemons to alkalize the system, the body system, meaning bringing the pH to a more level neutral. Somebody says, why is that important? It's not good for the body to be too acidic or too alkaline, there's either pH too low or pH too high, and it needs to be at a specific point. And so to alkalize the body means it's at its healthiest function. For example, cancer can't thrive in an alkalized system. It's one of the things that makes it harder for disease to function. So it's important to make sure you give your system what it needs. Somebody has a vitamin B deficiency I'm picking up. Does this one have vitamin B in it? I think this is B12. Hold on. Potassium. No, this has B2. Oh gosh, this has 480% of your daily value of B2. Right. I love this. This is also the same brand that I use. You want to make sure it's with the mother if you're using this, the vinegar. That has the good probiotic bacteria in it also. But I like this. This is really, really good for B12. It has a high B12 content, but it also has a lot of B2 in it. So if that is, somebody says, what do you do with it? It adds, I've used it on steak before, or anything that has that kind of a flavor, and it adds almost like a buttery, you don't need that much of it. Like mix it into a sauce or something that marinade you cook with, and it kind of adds, yes, it says cheesy, and it does. People use this on popcorn. It kind of does have that cheesy-ish flavor, but it also kind of gives it this buttery flavor too, I found as well, especially when mixed in a marinade. Food for thought. Nutrition is important. It's one of the things I do as a nutrigenomics educator. So you have feelings here, And this is also one of the things I do is medical mediumship, but intuitive eating is something I do for me. It's something I can pick up for other people as well. Somebody's got a B12 deficiency, so be mindful of that. Somebody says, what are the symptoms of that? I'm picking up low energy. I don't know all of the things. I would definitely check with a doctor. If you have a primary, maybe start there, and they can refer you to a nutritionist if they need, but sometimes just a blood panel can tell you if you're low on something. From your primary care physician or any place like that that can run those tests, hospital. With a laboratory. I don't know, I just heard it like that. Somebody must be a Dexter's Laboratory fan. To my laboratory. Oh, that is her name. His sister's name is Dee Dee. That was my grandmother's name. Okay. I also picked up the Powerpuff Girls, specifically the cute little Bubbles. But she's feisty though. And she doesn't like injustice. I resonate with that. Bubbles are giving air sign energy too. Oh, speaking of bubbles, the pearl, the shells, yeah, the moon, water. Okay, lots of symbology here. Instinct, I'm picking up motherhood as well. Oh, that makes sense. It says family, femininity, lineage. It does say mother at the end. That's funny. That's the last one. Well, that's why. Instinct, nurturing, gut reactions. That's it. It's those gut. I'm picking up. Yeah, well, that's why. Because I picked it up before I finished reading. And I picked it up in my stomach. And then I knew what it was. But that's actually physically how the stomach and the brain work. Did you know that? If you eat, it takes about 15 minutes from the time you start eating for your brain to be able to gauge how full you are or if you're full. So if you finish your meal in 5 minutes, you're probably going to overeat because your brain won't get the signal that you're full, and you won't necessarily feel that because of this until about 10 minutes after that. So 15 minutes total from the time you start, if I recall. And often the stomach is called the second brain because of the way that the gut communicates with the brain and vice versa. Also, anxiety symptoms and even like depression and a lot of different things like that can be due to a lack of a number of nutritional things, but also good gut bacteria. And it really does, it can start in the gut. Somebody says, how do you fix that? Well, making sure you don't wake up in the morning with a mouthful of bacteria and then swallow that. So clean your mouth out first thing. And also probiotics are good. Prebiotics are also helpful because it allows the probiotics to work more effectively, or it gives your body the support it needs to more effectively use the probiotics. Also making a point to get a good kind that can get lower in the gut tract, because if it's not as high quality of a kind, or it's not designed to do this specifically, often all of the good probiotics that you're consuming, the second they hit your stomach acid, they die. And so little to none, comparatively speaking, get actually all up in your GI system where you need it. And they definitely don't get lower in your system because they have to survive longer. And if most of them die the second they hit your stomach acid, that's not helpful or happening, right? But your lower GI is actually really where you need it. So it's important to try to get them down there. Prebiotics can help. Also good quality probiotics. Prebiotics you can get in some foods and things like that too, so it doesn't just have to be supplemental. In fact, it is typically better to get as many of the nutrients you can from food. Like when I need iron, I don't like iron pills or supplements. They're really hard on your stomach. First of all, they're hard to absorb, I find, and they kind of make you nauseous. They're just not good. But I find that my body has a really easy time. I keep hearing the Chinchilla, the artist, I've been listening to that station, so that doesn't surprise me, but not for hours. So I keep hearing a few different songs. It's the second or third one I've heard in 25 minutes here. I just haven't said it out loud. Trigger, I'm hearing Trigger. Heard a couple of other ones too. Side note, it just kept getting louder. I hear you. What were we talking about? Probiotics, prebiotics, second brain, gut reactions, comfort, digestion. So the solar plexus and the sacral chakra are all in that lower stomach area. That's where you get the gut feelings, but that's also why it connects back up. I feel it in the heart too, but that has to cross the heart, that threshold between the solar plexus, which is just above the belly button, the sacral chakra, which is just below it, and then the crown, the third eye, and even the throat and heart above. So we have family, conditioning, habits, femininity, lineage, privacy, embodiment, emotions, sustenance. Somebody says, how do you know all that about food? I told you I'm a nutrigenomics educator. I do it professionally. Absorption. Thank you very much for bringing that back. So I find personally that fresh baby spinach is chef's kiss top tier. To get iron, I prefer that. I put it in everything. You can blend it into scrambled eggs. Easy. You don't taste it. It just adds some extra stuff. Hi, sciatica. Have you tried, this is going to sound offhand, but CBD? Also, I do have you're dealing with inflammation. I do know about a supplement that can help with that if you're interested in it. It reduces oxidative stress. Oxidative stress is inflammation, it's swelling, it's illness, it's all disease states of the body have been linked to oxidative stress. So reducing that can help reduce those symptoms as well. But sciatic pain, I will never claim to know everybody's stuff. If it comes, spiritually speaking, on that note. But many people have different injuries or things for different reasons. So while stretching and getting the bone structure or muscular structure realigned and strengthened back up can be helpful and functional for some people, I know that there are some people with injuries that there may be people in the world that have, maybe they got mangled in some kind of accident or something, and I don't know, I'm never going to claim that one case or one solution will always fit everybody. However, I do know that sciatic pain, SI joint pain, and often, it radiates up the back. Those lower back pains start in the hips. It comes from tight hip flexors, and if that's not adjusted, it'll often move down the legs. It can affect the feet, move up the spine, the shoulders, and the neck, even up in the face. The nerve pockets in there all connect to up behind the neck, right where behind your ear, that bone behind your ear meets your neck. That's called, the base of it at the bottom connects to a piece at the top called the sphenoid bone. It's a little butterfly-shaped bone, and if that's out, that can affect your mobility even in your face and your movement, and also compress this nerve that goes, let me show you. So your sphenoid bone is here, and the little bone right where your neck connects down here is behind your ear. There it is. So I'll never claim that every case will fit everybody, but I do know that in some cases, stretching the right kind to start opening and releasing that trauma or tension and healing and injury can help. But yeah, inflammation reduction is a big part of that. I'm so sorry to hear that. It was not nice. one of the things that has happened to me through the domestic abuse injuries is that I ended up with spinal subluxations from dislocated bones. So I know. But the sphenoid bone, it's a little butterfly-shaped bone up right behind your ear, and there's a nerve that goes right all through here, but it goes up around your brow, underneath your eye, above your upper lip, and then down into your jaw, like in your lower lip. And if that gets damaged or pinched, also that's not very nice. So what I would say is that if there is any chance of opening up, stretching out, and healing this injury, I would definitely recommend trying to find a practitioner, whether it be medically or somebody who even more holistically is licensed to do this, because they can give you a physical therapist or something even, stretches and things that maybe are able to be specifically designed to your needs. And then also with the addition of things that will reduce inflammation, the combination of those can be helpful. But this particular supplement, what it does to reduce the inflammation is it helps your cellular structure align to a point where it gives your body the ability to more effectively do what it needs to balance itself out. Typically, people that take this particular supplement, if they've got allergies or they're on medication, it reduces oxidative stress by 40% on average in 30 days, or 70% in 120, which is unheard of until the science came about. And when you reduce the inflammation, when you give the cells what they need to properly function, your body has the ability to regenerate itself more effectively. I don't blame you. But there are really good doctors still in the world. I don't want people to be, no matter where you go, whether it is a church or a police station or a courthouse, there are going to be good people. Even in the Hancock County Court, there were a few clerks and people, they really did, even the bailiffs. I talked to one of my doctors about this the other day. Over the years, I watched the bailiffs. First, they weren't exactly sure how to navigate the situation or feel about me because of the slander, or maybe they believed it. But after standing there and hearing case after case and seeing the little, it's called the narcissistic smirk on these abusive people's, I think that hoping it heals is good, but what I would also say is that a proper regeneration, I would say maybe more holistic person. And I know there are people who have bridged both worlds, like yoga practices and things like that, with medicine. And so they may be able to help you. It's like a crossover between a more holistic style of physical therapy. So they can finely tune a specific, like stretching or, muscular restructuring routine for you, but then also with the addition of inflammatory reducers and also regenerative tools. That may make the big difference. I'm also picking up infrared. Be careful. Infrared saunas are amazing for generating cellular structure and healing, but they give off, it's not radioactive, but I think it's the same kind of stuff you get in an x-ray, if I recall. It's some negative emission, and the lower quality ones are not good. I will not go into one unless it's the highest grade of highest grade that gives off little to absolutely nothing. And you have to be very careful. I was partners with a yoga studio owner who had a really high quality one, so I had access to one. But the science is there, so things to look into. And also there are new sciences. Also food. Food can play a part into inflammation. Understanding how that plays a role in it can help, because of course the injury is there, but if there's extra inflammation from even just not properly eating, that's going to make things worse and then potentially exacerbate things further from there too. So it's kind of about a whole body thing, inside and out. If you hit it from all sides, it's that mind, body, spirit. I find it's most effective personally. Performance, entertainment, creativity, costume, play, love affairs, joy, pleasure, parties, children, yeah, humor, romance, disco balls. So over the course of time, right, in court at that, these people were playing little circus fairground with our lives. And these bailiffs were standing there over the course of years, hearing the cases just day after day, and they would see what's called a narcissistic smirk, right? As I was sitting there crying, testifying, telling the truth wholeheartedly, these narcissistic people were sitting there lying, and if they thought things were going in their favor, and they thought, you know, they were taking jabs at me and it was upsetting me, then they liked it, and they would smirk. They didn't realize they were expressing this, or they didn't think anybody would notice or care. It's kind of a micro expression or a body language thing you have to be noticing or knowing to notice. You have to know what to look for and be paying attention. But these bailiffs, all they do is see all these cases all day, and I've noticed that a lot of them seem to be pretty good judges of character. I also have built a rapport with them over the years, and I noticed their expressions and their demeanors entirely shift towards me. They started being kind of like a cop, like chest puffed. They felt superior to these criminal people, but when they looked at me, it was soft. You could see it in their eyes, almost like they wanted to give me a hug, but they didn't, they couldn't. It wouldn't have been professional per se, so they, you know what I mean? But you could see it, the empathy in their eyes, and they were sad. They are. There were some clerks too. In fact, one of them, anytime she'd walk in there, she'd stick a piece of black tourmaline in my hand. Really nice lady. What does that say? Work details? Exactly. As we're talking about the courthouse. That's so funny. Work, details, health, well-being. There it is. Diet, service, daily rituals, contribution, organization, purification, skills, and apprenticeship method. Let's light a candle. It's very nice to see you, Despicable Maine, and also AC Music. It's been a while. Hope everybody's all right. You're very smart, Despicable. Very well spoken. My doctor and I had a chat about that the other day. Really? It's funny, I wondered about that. Okay, so then there was this one, this passion. There's something about, I hear, and I'm coming out of my shell. I never do that. How did you do that? Oh, it's Happy Friday. Yeah, there's an emphasis on a lighthearted energy, like the energy lifting or being able to shift into a higher frequency, being able to shake off whatever they've done and still keep elevating, still keep a positive attitude, or at least not give up. Family, home, my heart chakra just opened. Oh, look, that's like a love twin flame. Oh, I just got a download about Van Horn too. The cycle's closing cycle, but also coming back around. Like these karmic people, I call Van Horn people like that, mean corrupt people, karmics, just for clarity. But they get away with things for a little bit, and they think they know exactly how to run things, and they think they got away with things, except for they're not spiritual people. They don't understand the cycles, or they think they are, but they don't understand that eventually that cycle will catch up. And you see how the shell gets bigger, their karma gets worse and worse. It becomes more obvious. It becomes more obvious as time comes. The song at the end of the first few videos. The Robert Van Horn theme song, that's the fun, dude. I laugh at that all the time. Thank you for that. That's been incredibly healing for me. Oh God. That one, or are you talking about other videos that you have? Because I'm interested to hear. I wondered, I was like, is this AI? This sounds so good. I don't know whether it's AI or not. It's very clever. And obviously well written. It's hilarious. It's not dishonest. It's just observation. It's not inaccurate information. Dropped a couple more songs. I will. In the last few videos. The last few that you posted, I'll check them out. Speech, thoughts, social media, excursions, dating, siblings, research. Yeah, let's see, I'll check it out. Street life, circulation. Yeah, I'll check it out. They are absolutely honest. Oh, and I made a point to tag the district attorney in it, so you know, you're going to be popular. Gonna be popular. Because I also tagged the state police. Oh, and the FBI. Van Horn is in big trouble. It looks really bad. And I knew this. I knew eventually other people would come out with stories. I knew I couldn't be the only person. They were just too consistent with this. They had this routine down to pat. I knew it wasn't just, well, let's try this on a whim. I'm like, no. You've been doing this for a while, haven't you? No. The gig ends here. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hilarious. Those were so funny. Circulation, discussing, surrounding, and sociability. And you know what I noticed? It doesn't pop up anymore, Robert Van Horn. And I called him out for this. I have Facebook posts about this, I believe, still, and I'll link it in the description box, but his website advertisements used to say, he thought this was, I don't know, a bragging point, that he's an aggressive lawyer. Now, as far as a victim's advocacy goes, when you are a victim, you do need an aggressive lawyer who's going to actively oppose any of these abusive manipulation, suppression tactics that these people are using and defend you fiercely. But not because they're trying to just bully people, they're trying to fiercely defend you against ferocious bullying, and there's a difference. But Van Horn, I was advertising that he was an aggressive lawyer, and I made a note that he's just an aggressive human in general, and he seems to have immediately scrubbed that from his website. because it doesn't pop up anymore from what I saw. Toothacher took his, you know what? It was Kevin Edgecombe, the Bar Harbor police here have been running the Freemasons Society, not speculatively, it was on their website. And these cops haven't wanted to help, but they've been willing to sacrifice women and children, of course. And Kevin Edgecombe, whose daughter used to come here and comment in my live feeds, actually, and stopped just before the harassment and the stalking and the police corruption started, by the way. So that was, I saw what that was. I went to high school with her. Weird. But I called this all out, and they started targeting me harder for speaking up, and actually worked to have me set up. But I continued to whistleblow, and as a result of being exposed, it's like they worked too hard to bully me, and they exposed themselves in doing it, and that looked bad for their little cult thing. So Kevin Edgecombe had managed to get himself up to the master in running the Bar Harbor branch, this police officer. And when I went back to find the information just to screen grab it again, because it came up, I don't know, a year or so later, I noticed that he had been demoted. He got knocked down just because he was exposed. His punishment was to be demoted. And so I publicized that, because that was evident. I knew what that was. It was a humiliation ritual. He got caught trying to humiliate ritual me, and so they humiliation ritualed him by demoting him. That's what that is, because that's what they do in those cults. And when I called out the fact that he got demoted, after I called out the fact that he was the Freemasonic cult leader in the first place in the Bar Harbor branch, they privatized the website. I can't get on without a password. Yeah. Well, obviously, if you take down your website immediately after I start whistleblowing about you again, you know I'm a threat. And if I was lying, then why would they need to hide that, right? Because I wasn't in their cult. I saw something when I looked up this information a number of months ago, something that popped up said like they were donating money to a local like elderly folks home, but they had no problem targeting my family, elderly women, children. So it's like reverse Robin Hood. They steal from people that they should be leaving alone, and then try to make themselves look good and generous with donating stolen money. I've seen that. It's a Ponzi scheme, dude. Yeah, it's gross. Right on, man. High five. Look what we're doing. Teamwork makes the dream work. Knocking down these crooks. I'm picking something up about hitting the pavement, like, you know, like boots on the street. It's like grassroots campaign kind of movement, those sneakers, and the speakers too. I mean, it gets loud. We got loud with the truth. And I get knocked down, but I get up again. I know you're never gonna keep me down. Nope. Alrighty, let's see, what next? Partners, teamwork makes the dream work. Companionship. Best friends, marriage, relationships, opposition, equilibrium, sharing, communion, justice, balance, social awareness. Dude, my heart chakra and my sacral solar plexus are lit right now. I feel that. It's going all the way up through the crown and all the way down through the feet. Investments, intensity, contracts, sex, erotic capital, ooh, secrets, mysteries, obsession, inheritance, ooh, kundalini, stalking the underworld. Yeah, so there's been stalking issues. I emailed the DA about that again today because there was another stalking incident. And then some of these people have had obsessive tendencies, including sexual tendencies, and I've been picking up for quite some time. It came up again yesterday or the day before, that there's a judge in the Hancock County Court who has been taking sexual favors in exchange for not prosecuting criminals, and that's why he hasn't been helping the victims who the law says he needs to help, because he's doing favors for the people who are hurting them in exchange for blowjobs or whatever. You know, I made a joke about that years ago, but it was a metaphor, except for now I'm picking up it's not. And I made a joke about how these Hancock County kangaroo court, it was like water cooler talk, good old boy club, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, bunch of dudes around the table just jerking each other off for favors. That was the metaphor in the joke, but because they call it Hand on Cock County Court, like that's what I heard people call it when I was a teenager, older people. Didn't understand why, but now I get it. They don't respect the place, and I don't blame them for good reason. Circle Jerk County. Good grief. Except apparently now it's literal. Why am I picking up the Sally the Camel song? Somebody says, I didn't even remember until just now that was a song. I haven't heard that since I was a kid. So ride, Sally, ride, Sally the camel has. Okay, what is this? 8:22. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me if it was Harrigan. Mrs. Wilson wants her chiclets back. Now that I don't respect him, I can't unsee that, you know? I didn't even notice before, but the second I stopped looking at him as a judge and saw him as a narcissistic piece of shit, oh, I noticed all his nasty little imperfections. I didn't even care about his outer appearance until that point, but stripped. You look, the thrones at the top, you have to earn those robes. Career, responsibilities, achievements, competence. Yeah, see, fame, notoriety. They wanted to be famous. They wanted attention. They wanted to sit on their thrones. And I've made this analogy before too. Do you know why judges wear robes? I am royal bloodline. Hello. Because they're mirroring, they're mocking, they're emulating a king from a king's court. You know, they called people back in the day, like certain, the mistresses, the harlots, courtesans, or they called it the king's court, the courtroom, or the courtyard. They're emulating a castle and a kingdom. These judges are literally sitting up. That's why they sit on risers that are higher than everybody else. They sit on risers. If you know, you know. The judge sits at the very top. The witness sits right below them. And then the typist sits here. And then everybody else is on the floor. Wow. Yeah, I don't blame you. You saw the setup coming. Good on you for that. 43:22. And I did too, but there was nothing that I can't just leave my child. And that's when they started using her as leverage. Hostage. But what this is actually symbolizing, and this is why it's so much more atrocious, because why is a blue blood king qualified to be a king according to this lineage narrative, is that he comes from a queen, comes from the direct blue blood descendancy of the divine. Okay, it's a divine lineage. And so of course there are people who, just like these crooked judges, they want the title but they're not qualified for the spot. There are people through history that try to be king or queen and they're not qualified to hold the title, and God did not choose them to be so. But the concept is that the people who have this divine blood and that really are true pure-hearted people, they already have this natural bloodline connected to the divine, and therefore it's their lineage. So they should be the most fit to be that human blue blood channel for the divine to come through. It's already there. And so that is what a judge is emulating. It's why they wear robes, like a king wears all those robes and capes and, you know, all that stuff. It's why they sit up on risers the same way that the king and queen's throne are next to each other, but they're taller. They sit up on stacks of or stairs that are set higher than everybody else. It's why you swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. They're being a disgrace. It's why it's as above, so below in the court too. It's supposed to be. And it's why their corruption was never going to, they've been trying to play God, but they've been being ungodly. That was never going to fly. Ever. Karmic says it did not. That's how God works. So see, the devil tries to trap people. Gives people false empty promises. Or little temptations. Really, it's an empty promise to lure people in, and then it's the trap. It's just using them. But sometimes the divine will allow these people to think that they've gotten away with things for so long, so that one, they don't often expect their backlash, and two, they're really forced to sit with it. That's why they're always sitting. It is a psych trick. It's also, did you know that police officers, many people might not know this, they're trained in the academy to stand up as tall as they can and puff their chest out, because it's a psychological tactic to try to intimidate people into being more compliant. But they don't screen for narcissism in the police academy. Did you know that? That's a problem. Because that's the exact type of job that narcs want, to be able to push people around with a gun and a badge and claim that they've got power. Right. That's a good question. Ask a judge if they're honest. If they say yes, say, shouldn't you wear a white robe? Huh. I've never thought of that. That's clever. First name. You know what? I started doing that too. I used to call it, sometimes I called him Your Honor. No. Sometimes I don't even call him by his first name. He's not even worth that. I mean, that you call people by their first name. That's usually a more personal. No. But yeah, sometimes I will. Like, who even are you, sir? Let me remind you. Not relevant. Physical body, outlook, self-image, life philosophy. I heard that. Somebody says, I want to see your nails. I'm actually excited to go paint them. Creativity, the paint brushes and all that stuff came out in the cards in the beginning of this. I'm super excited. I love this. This was one of my favorite parts of school, actually. Cosmetology school. Like my favorite sectors of it. Over like facials or even hair. I mean, I liked hair too, but my favorite was nails. Why? Somebody says why. I think it's because there was even more expressive creativity through it. Like, you can do a lot with hair, but you can do so much with hair. I would sit there and paint tiny little murals on a fingernail, a single fingernail. A whole little scene, and sometimes it was simple as like little leopard and cheetah spots, like hand draw the little spots on them, but sometimes you could do whole little, it's just, I don't know, I like it. They begged me to do the competition. I don't compete. Also, there's no need to when you're top dog. But I didn't make it to be who I am by competing either. It's just, I minded my business and elevated. Self-image, life philosophy, consciousness, options, awakening, self-awareness, arrival, expression, gateway, and entry point. So there's a new beginning. You know what this is looking like? The Emerald City. Does that not look like the Emerald City? Like the yellow brick road? It's looking like Oz to me. Right? Pulling the mask, pulling the curtain back. Showing that these are little short stacks. Trying to sit up on risers to make themselves look taller because they've got Napoleon complex. Labels are a trick to make you think they're smarter. Van Horn Esquire. I know. I know. I know. If you know him, you know how garbage that statement is. So it's a joke. It's funny. Can I tell you a story? I've got a bunch of stories for you. I've got one about ineffective counsel, in case I forget, and then I have one when you're dealing with narcissists, whatever job they have or wherever this narcissist's main focus is, they create soap opera dramas in people's lives because that's the only way they get attention. That's the best way to start putting this, okay? They manufacture soap opera dramas. This is why the gray rock method and the zero contact method is important when you can apply it in the realm of narcissism. The gray rock method meaning you be as boring as possible, so they just kind of leave you alone. Often they move on to another target, but the zero contact method being what you do is what it sounds like, as much as you possibly can, if not entirely. But then when they're using children or situations like a court to try to force their way into people's lives or to stay in people's lives, sometimes that makes it difficult. So then that's when you apply the gray rock method and you limit as neutral as possible. You keep the answers as short, and unless it's about the specific topic that is required, you don't deal with them. You keep it as short and sweet as possible, limit them. But look, assets. See, they were trying to steal, grifters, gold and the jewels, and the inheritance card came out earlier. And yes, they did what they did to try to snatch my inheritance and my daughter's. Dee Dee came out from the laboratory thing earlier, and that was her name. That's my grandmother, whose inheritance that was left to us that they stole. Somebody says, what in it? Gold, diamonds, a whole closet full of multiple thousands of dollars a piece, handbags with matching pocketbooks, Louis Vuitton, and some other ones. I think she had some Prada and some other stuff in there. A bank full of cash. And I also have come to understand about a life insurance policy or some kind of insurance policy. Yeah, hurts. So it's bad. And so that's why they work to kidnap your daughter. Yeah, I see them. Yeah. Coup d'etat. But as far as these Van Horn stories, the white deck, is that what it's called? This one is an astrology deck. But one day, which one was it? I think it was Michael Roberts. Michael Roberts came in, all rise, if you know, you know, all rise, 6316, and he stood up and Van Horn was sitting over here, Michael Roberts was sitting here, and I was sitting over here. And Michael Roberts stood up at the front of the courthouse and waved his arm and said, "You can go to Mr. Van Horn if you need court-appointed legal help." But you see, Van Horn was the reason I had been dragged to court for false reasons that day. So how could I ask the person who was frivolously litigating me for help? The judge knew that. He just knew it was a trap and I was stuck. All right, soap opera drama. But he waved his hand. "You can ask Mr. Van Horn." It was a whole show. And Van Horn stood up and he waved his arm at the crowd like he was a little princess. It was embarrassing and pathetic. It was, I mean, gosh, egregious. I wish I could have got it on tape. Would have made a funny meme in hindsight. But here's the other story. I got sick of Van Horn frivolously litigating me, and I had to be my own lawyer most of the time. And so I filed a protection order against him. Yes, I filed a protection order against Van Horn. I don't blame you. And I heard that. How did he react? He was literally sweating. Okay? It was a cold courtroom. It was in the bigger courtroom, the one with the blue walls, the what is it, Superior Court? Yeah, it was the bigger one. For whatever reason, it was there. I think he was like trying to extort me or doing something that he shouldn't have been that day. He's done many things like that. Tried to demand that I pay all their legal bills for frivolously litigating me, and then after trying to bankrupt me and drain my savings and my finances and injuring me to the point where I qualified for federal SSA from the veteran level combat trauma that they created, tried to say that if I didn't have the money to pay for all of his fraud, then he wanted to put me in debtor's prison, which that's a RICO crime, extortion and entrapment, dude. But all right. No. And this particular day, I happened to manage to secure a lawyer, which I would have been better off by myself that day. I'd been more prepared. In fact, I think I was more prepared for this one than I had been other cases, just because I knew what I was doing at that point. This lawyer came in with ineffective counsel and took money from me. He still owes me money, actually, legally, based on even his calculations, but he just tried to blow me off. I had to threaten sending the police up there to collect my evidence because he refused to give my evidence back, even though he owed me money. But oh yeah, and that lawyer worked for the freaking governor's office. Was it Baldacci Law? His name was Gene Sullivan. Ineffective counsel. But worked for Baldacci. Worked for the governor. The governor's office did this to me and still owes me money. Governor Baldacci. But just to quickly summarize this, because this is the funny part, right? When I walked in there, Van Horn, now Gene Sullivan fumbled the case. He wanted to refile it a different way and said that there was a better way to do it, and I'd already paid him, so I said, all right, if that's how you feel, then that's fine. But what he didn't tell me was that he had not even looked at the evidence that I gave him. He was just assuming that he knew what he was talking about, and he didn't, not in this case. So ineffective counsel. And he also didn't tell me that he had been planning to recharge me, even though he still owed me money. To this day, he does. Before he did any more work, which is just, that's a grifter. That's an extortion. That's fraud. That's scummy, bummy, bottom feeder behavior. And yeah, I heard that. This really is bad. Oh, yeah. But Van Horn was sweating because I was well prepared. And I don't think he'd ever had a victim come in and file a protection order on him before, but I did. I had enough of it. And his freaking criminal clients. All three of them had to sit there and face the music that day until this crappy lawyer fucked it up. Pardon my French. 1622. But when I walked in, I saw from across the room, it was cold in there, but Van Horn was beet red, and I could see the beads of sweat dripping down his face. Now, after dealing with him for 8+ years, I've never seen him look like that, and I'd never seen him look like that until that day. He was always very confident, I'm sure you know, very confident, cocky, thinks he owns the room. Yeah, little short stack shrimp. I hear fire crotch. Yeah, well, there's that. Disgrace to the Tuatha, though. And not only could I see his face was beet red, like red, but and the beads of sweat just dripping down it in a freezing cold courtroom. He was nervous. But I could see the veins bulging out of the sides of his neck and also his temples because he was so scared. It was a sight to see. In fact, I spoke to the police chief that retired a couple of years ago before he retired, and he laughed so hard when I told him, it was Officer Jimmy Pinkham. I said, Jim, if I ever had an example of the term shitting bricks, that would be it. And he laughed so hard. And mind you, Van Horn called that police station to try to make false police reports. No, didn't call to try. Called that police department to make false police reports about me in order to try to bolster his criminal client's false claims. To try to have me set me up, to have me falsely arrested. I mean, like the whole thing. This dude's going to prison. Okay. So what I've been picking up is that there's a judge who's been partying. I keep picking up either like MDMA or cocaine. I picked it up on a reading a couple days ago. And it's like they were partying with these criminals that they were doing favors with. And then one of the females, the karmic females, I would call them, one of these female criminals, in fact, there's a pedophile involved. He's not charging her while she's attacking innocent women and children. He's not charging the people that she has been working with to do this because she's sucking off his dirty little wing wang. And so it's like they were partying together and doing drugs together, and then now there's like sexual bribery in exchange for letting them free and not protecting the victims, in exchange for letting the criminals free. That's what I've been picking up. So what you're saying doesn't surprise me. It doesn't sound too far off from what I've been picking up. If it's not cocaine, then it might be MDMA I've been picking up on. Some kind of upper, something that makes them horny and full of energy. It's gross. These people are gross. Oh, look. Sex. There it is. Right, like contracts, bribery. Oh, got it. Erotic capital. Sex exchange for payments. Goodness. Yep. Also, that may have had to do with the inheritance stuff, either why they let it happen or why they didn't stop people from doing it. Jimmy Card. Who's Jimmy Card? That's not Card Enterprises, is it? His sons couldn't get... Oh, no way. Yeah, well, they hired people in the Postal Service to steal my mail. Some of these criminal people had one of their friends start delivering mail, and they were stealing this mail, and particularly mail that had to do with finances that only comes through the mail, Social Security, for example, or court dates, like protection order hearings and things like that. Because if they steal the paperwork that tells you when to show up to court and you don't, then they default the order, and whatever a criminal is asking for, they just get without having to prove what they're saying or giving you a chance to defend yourself. It's all behind your back. Is that the one? That Jimmy Card? That's actually where one of these criminals used to get their vehicles, in fact. Last I knew. The underworld, stalking, yeah. Look, material world, possession, finance, talent, values, solidity, worthiness, wardrobe, luxuries, credit score, security, aesthetics. It was all for show. And they were stealing to try to keep up with the Joneses, make themselves look like they were more than they were. Family. People who were more than these people are don't have to do things like that, nor really do we want to. And it's not that we don't enjoy the comforts or the luxuries and the things in life, but it's not about those material things. There's a level of humility and ethical humbleness. It's not about what you have, it's about who you are. If all you are is a piece of shit, then it doesn't really matter what you have, does it? We see that in these crooked lawyers. Pardon my French. Rejuvenation, habits, shell, self-care. Povich had a burglar break into Jimmy's home to get the photos when he stepped down. You know what? I think I heard about that in one of your other videos. I didn't realize who you were talking about, though. Now that makes more sense. Isn't that wild how they're all tied in? This really is a small place, though, but still. Especially here, the criminals click together, don't they? Ah, see, opposition, balance. Relating, mirrors, interacts, confronts, making conscious, manifesting, disciplines, conflict with tests. My stomach just dropped. Objectifying and calling out. Diving. Did you? Like sea diving? That's super cool. I want to hear about that. I just split the deck. Look, the seashells. I'm an ocean girl. The unknown, the unknowable, ESP, psychic abilities, the cosmos, universal truth, oneness, source, the unnameable, shadow work, inner knowing, tingling, ghosts, other worlds, space, enigmas, the occult, the intuition. And you remember in the last reading you were in here for, I mentioned when they had me falsely arrested, they put me in the men's ward. And they didn't do that the first time, but they put me in the men's section, but it was specifically where they could see through this double-sided mirror from the guard's booth, and it was the only spot that they could do that. However, I went to get some blood work done at the hospital that I've gone to my whole life, and I've never, ever, ever had blood just go missing or anything like that, but my blood tests, they wanted me to come back for more blood. 7622, and that was around this time. And so what they were trying to do, like MK Ultra, they were trying to study the psychic and try to find some kind of magical, super powered high priestess genetic and allele in my blood, in my royal blood, or use it for spell work or something. These people are crazy. Urchins and scallops, that's super cool. That's what I was wondering, like, what, diving for what? That's awesome. That sounds like a really dangerous potentially and also scary thing though. Huh. That's super cool. Words, thoughts, analysis, information, learning, trades, ideas, smarts, reporting. You know what I'm picking up? I'm picking up that Van Horn is sweating. Van Horn's panicking because he's saying, like, if you and I keep talking about this, he's going to be ruined. And also, he's afraid that more victims are going to come out. And this is because, I'll give you a few examples. I've repeatedly prophesized things about this, including him getting arrested and him getting sick if he continued to combat me before he did a few times. I also picked up that his daughter was going to get sick if he didn't stop, and then they both got sick again. Or he got sick again and she got sick that time too. I don't wish that. I picked it up because he was warned to stop so that it wouldn't hit his kid, but he didn't. And actually, one of the days he wanted to go harass me in court, it was after he falsely... What did I say about the honey, the voodoo, Oshun, told you? Ugh. He tried to have me falsely arrested. Or no, what was this? He wanted to go try to get me in trouble for the false police report that he made on me. And he wanted to have the dirty cop who he made the report to testify about what he said, as if since both of them were repeating lies, then it must be true. But on the way to go to court to testify, all of a sudden that cop couldn't show up to back up Van Horn's fraud and perjury because he had to go deal with the fact that there was some kind of freak accident that day. And who was it? I forget what his name is right now. There was an officer who got in this freak accident and he died. And all the department had to go deal with that, so they couldn't spend the day trying to falsely harass and accuse me. They are effective, and I think you're getting better at them. Even better. Just more clean and just clever about getting yourself out there. The truth comes with time and practice. I know that. Me too. But there was another point to that. Hold on. Call out. It says call out. So we've been calling them out. Oh, thank you. That was the other thing. I told him years ago, or I stated this years ago, because I've been picking it up for years. I knew eventually people would hear the story and other victims would come out, either because they realized that it wasn't, maybe my story would help them break gaslighting, or maybe they would just, feeling like they had an ally finally, not be afraid to speak their own truth. But that's what they didn't want. I knew why they were trying so hard to silence me. If I wasn't really a threat, they wouldn't have tried so hard. So I knew I had to keep pushing, for not just for me, for everybody. And so AI tools, they're great. You're doing a good job. This song, I still can't get over it. It's so funny. My goodness gracious. But they're scared because things keep playing out. It's like the one thing that hasn't yet is he hasn't quite made it into prison, but they know it's coming because everything else has. Imagination, memories, the subconscious, self-sacrifice, right, ideals, universal love, visions, meditation, spirituality, compassion, empathy, fantasies, escapism, the ether, enchantment, confusion, veils, and magic. So they were trying to cast illusions over the situation, but they're being exposed by people who are smart, able to discern the truth from fabrication, able to see what perception, maybe what other people don't. And then there's muse here, the muse. So inspiring others to speak their story. And wow, look. Ally against these toxic people who wanted to just silence people for speaking the truth. Those are golden boxing gloves. Desires, impulses, courage, force, heat, strength, competition, workouts, excitement, thirst, impatience, anger, leadership, engine, potency, willpower, motor, and sex drive. I do feel like on that last one, there's an emphasis also, not even just with physicality, but about this level of passion, those lower chakras activating within the light workers. It's like the people who are draining our energy, they can't do that anymore. And so we get this fire, this passion back in us now. They weren't bad. Like I watched them and listened to them, but I saw some of the comments of people complaining, and while I'll never tell you you should change things to, meet the people pleasers. No, fuck those people. You be who you are. But when it comes to getting information across, there are a few things to think about. Often, especially in today's era, people have typically pretty short attention spans, more so now than they did way back. For a number of reasons, including diet, but I think also screen time and a number of other things that influence it. However, typically speaking, when scrolling, you've got about 5 to 15 seconds before somebody gets bored to capture their attention, and that's often if they stay, when they stay, why they stay. But if they're not, if you're not a slow burn movie type of a person, if it's not moving quickly enough, right, you're probably apt to turn it off. At least people who aren't slow burn movie type of people. If you know, you know. That's what I'm picking up. It's kind of like that. So to get that information as clearly across is important, but also to, and I noticed a comment a while back about the audio, like the voice on it, they just couldn't handle the voice, and sometimes people are just very audio sensitive, and whatever the case. Different opinions will always come, so you can't please everybody, and definitely just be who you are is my advice always. But you're doing a good job at getting it clearly across, and also capturing the attention. Like that song, dude, that is fire. Yeah, me too. And also, it's about the constructive criticism, though. I don't ever take an insult from somebody I wouldn't take advice from, and I won't take advice from somebody I won't be taking insults from either. Thank you. We do not take those backhanded, negative Nancy. No, those are insults. Those are not constructive criticisms. Those are often not even true. Those are often projections, and they're intended to cause harm. So I dismiss those, typically speaking. But what I will say is that I have noticed there's a crisp, even more clear, like attention grabbing nature from your videos lately, and the content has always, the information has always been good, but you're getting better, even better about presenting it, I think, and also kind of showcasing yourself and your skills, and I just think it's super cool. Sarcastic and it's funny. These people have been so hurtful and so harmful, and that song, like I said, it's been really healing for me. It's not funny. The information in the song is not funny. Just the words alone, the story is sad and powerful, but because it's been such a horrible situation, because they've done so much damage and caused so much pain, they have not cared. In fact, quite the opposite. They've enjoyed it, enjoyed taking pleasure out of hurting people, because they took fun and made jokes about our pain that they were causing. I think it's very funny that now they're sweating, and that we've been finding ways to alchemize that pain into comedy. It's giving Heyoka empath energy, and I can fuck with that. The sacred clown. Yeah, but there's a line. There's also a line sometimes between the seriousness of the situation to get it across. You don't want to make such a joke of something that's, the people dismiss the reality and the severity of the situation, but to be able to make a light-hearted situation out of something so heavy it's magic. It's a form of magic and alchemy, and it's been pretty healing for me all week. That one has been I keep going back. And I keep showing people, and they all think it's funny too. Or they don't necessarily see the humor in it because it's so serious and sad, which is also a good point to make. They're both relevant, but you hit both sides of the coin so much, so well, and I think it's probably the Gemini duality in me. I really appreciate that. But I see it. Impeccable. I'm gonna pack a little bowl though. Good, that's cool. You know, surprisingly, I've seen some really good AI music. Actually, even Benson Boone took his own voice and vocals and ran it through an AI song maker, and it did put out a really good track. Fully AI, but it took his vocals and his voice and made a new song, and it was really good. Mindbender. That's cool. Let me know. What kind of music? Song is so funny. I think this water needs to be heated up a little more. I like the title. Again, I think probably the Gemini in me, the mental thinker, the intellect, the air sign, appreciates that. Mindbender. It reminds me of Avatar, 80s rock. Yeah, very cool. I just saw Wayne's World, a flash of Wayne's World. Why? Oh, Cassandra. Oh, I was watching, isn't that the name of the rock star in that movie? I was watching the Netflix series called Cassandra last week. But there's a specific song, Ballroom Blitz. Ballroom Blitz, Ballroom Blitz. And there's a man in the corner. They ad-libbed a number of pieces of that movie. They just kind of figured out what worked as they went. 90-22. I'm picking up Garth. He seemed a little bit dopey, comparatively speaking, but I think he had one of the biggest hearts of all of them, and I'm giggling because I just got a flash of him. Specifically the aspect of him where like he's kind of goofy, but you can't help but find him endearing a lot of the time. I can't anyway. He played the role pretty well. Can't help it. He got a big soft heart. Can't help it. Anyway, that was cute. Crazy visuals. A light show. I like those. I'm glad you seem to be doing all right, better than being stuck under their thumb. I heard that. It hurts my feelings that basically these criminal people are being hurtful. With empathy towards me, but you know what? It bothers me that people are not nice to you either, so I appreciate that and reciprocate. And I think about this, like, this is also why sometimes when I post and I advocate about this, I also think of you, not just, but all the people, because you moved away. And while it's important and I do appreciate the whistleblowing, I don't want people to have to, after getting away from this and moving away, still be stuck in it, still be mentally and emotionally in it, because it's still ongoing. It's important to whistleblow about it and get it resolved until it's done. It's not done. It's still happening. And really, it's an energetic wound that still is open. I feel like a lot of people, whether they're here or not, will feel a sense of closure, even if they don't get personal justice in their case. Like, it's either too late to go back and prosecute, or like whatever. Maybe it's not, if it's a case with Van Horn, of course. But for whatever the reasons, they don't want to prosecute, they can't prosecute. I do know, I feel it, that a lot of people will feel personal victory just watching us have these people held accountable. Watching these people finally be stopped will make people that did not get proper justice in their case feel like they got some sense of justice, because at least somebody put them behind bars. I have been dealing with complex PTSD, so that's tier 2. Regular PTSD is tier 1. I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you, but I'm so grateful to hear that you're doing better. If you are still dealing with any residual symptoms from that, I love EMDR therapy. It helps a lot. It does take a couple of days for the integration to settle and for whatever nervous system overstimuli to kind of kick out, but I love it. It's helpful. If you want to do the shadow work and you're ready to just process through it and let it go, it's helpful. It helps me regulate through the process so the hits don't hit as hard and I have some more cushion and can bounce back more effectively. It rewires those neurons that are damaged from the stress. But anyway, yeah, I feel that. And so I do it for me, but I also do it for you guys too. I definitely do it for my daughter. But I don't want them to have a chance to do it to anybody else's daughter or sons or mother or brother or uncle or cousin or sister or anybody in between. They hurt whole families and it has to stop. I hear this song. Oh, so as far as the apple cider vinegar movie goes, I mentioned that earlier. The whole series, didn't know this when I started it, has been, got into nutrition, a movie about this one girl. She seems to be faking her whole life story, claiming even illnesses and things like that. But what it is what you've seen people try to do to me, is they think that my life looks cool, so they copy little bits and pieces. Some people have even tried to plagiarize my survivor victim story, okay? But the thing about that is I can prove what I'm saying. I can prove everything that I'm saying with receipts. I've been documenting for over a decade because my mother recognized that I was being abused when my daughter was 2 months old and said, document everything. You're going to want to be able to prove all of this in court if you ever need to. And while I've been dealing with a crooked kangaroo court, I absolutely can prove it. So that doesn't matter because I will bring this all the way to the Supreme Court if I have to, and the evidence will stand up there with judges that aren't corrupt to think they're running this rinky-dink small little town. So there's that, or gatekeeping dirty cops or anything in between. But that's what the whole movie's been about. And there are real people actually going through this. And the message about this girl giving bad advice, it's like she's claiming something that she isn't. This one's claiming she's got cancer, is giving certain health advice to people who are potentially following it and dying because it's not good advice, or she's being fake. And it's what I said is the reason that I speak here and I call out the fake psychics when they come out. I also post the good ones. But if you've got people going to fake readers and things, they're asking for advice on things like, do I move away from my town, or do I go for this job, or do I leave a job, or do I leave this relationship, or do I go towards this relationship? And what they're asking for is advice on how to make sure that they're secure. And they're making the choice that will be best for them. But you can't ask somebody who's a fake that and get a good answer. So that is why I speak and I whistleblow, because it's damaging. They're grifting for money or attention, but they don't care that they're hurting people or setting people up to make choices that can upturn their whole lives. Imagine somebody leaves a job that's good for them just because a fake psychic tells them to. Imagine somebody leaves their husband that's good for them because a fake psychic tells them that they should. Or whatever. You know what I mean? Ruin your whole life. Or tells you not to take a leap of faith towards something that would change your life for the better. You know? Because they're not actually gifted. It's dangerous. And so the topic of that was in this apple cider vinegar series. But again, there are also really people in here in this series who have gone through these things, who have had cancer, who are sick, or who, whatever the situation is. And then you've got people faking this because they think it will get them attention and money and business deals and make them popular. It's like Munchausen by proxy, pretty much is what I'm getting, really. But we've been through this and we've seen it, and they've tried this to my daughter and I too, so. Interestingly, I just happened to pick this one randomly. Here we go. It's abstract. It's called I Do This. It's featuring Rose and Drama Battalion. Heard that. Yes, there are symbols and everything. I pick up the symbology. It's one of my gifts.
I do this for my father, who I've always seen from time to time in my dreams. I do this for, I do this for my mother, who's finally clean, no longer a thing. I do this for, I do this for my sister, my wife and my kids, 'cause they part of the this for all the naysayers and haters who made me one of the greatest.
I do this for all the naysayers and haters who made me one of the greatest. I know it kills you inside. It's why I do this for you.
I know it kills you inside. That's why I do this for you. I do this for my father, who I've only seen from time to time in my dreams. I do this for you. I do this for my mother, who's finally clean. No longer a thing. I do this for you. I do this for my sister.
Cheers.
My wife and my kids, 'cause they part of the team. I do this for all the naysayers.
I'm proud of you.
Haters who made me one of the greatest. I know it kills you inside. That's why I do this for you. I do this for the kids who sit a bit outside the mix, who maybe cope through humor just to fit in for a bit.
I do this for the kids who sit a bit outside the mix, who maybe cope with humor just to fit in for a bit.
Or let the world know when depression's setting in. To all of those who know you, that impression don't exist. And it ain't counterfeit, it's just a way to counter it.
It's not counterfeit, it's just a way to counter it.
I'm living things I dreamed about, I still encounter it. It ain't something that a cigarette or alcohol can fix, but all because of it, I flipped it quick, went on to write some hits. This is success, off another breath. This is the first step in searching to be nothing less than be the best in what you do to prove their strength in being you. Learn so much in chasing dreams that I never would in school. Depends on where your passion lies, just no passion ever lie. Life presents distractions, but your actions have to fortify. The things that you believe in have to scream it like a battle cry and leave the ones who didn't.
The things that you believe in, you have to scream it like a battle cry and leave the ones who didn't in the past, wondering why.
Stupid while they're asking why.
Leave the ones who didn't looking stupid while they're asking why.
I really do this for the ones I love. Those who treat the music as a vice and lyrics like a drug. Those who need advice on how to live.
Those who treat the music like a vice and lyrics like a drug.
Spirit high enough to break out of the box. They make up lives they know aren't good enough. Just because it's how it is don't mean it's how it has to be.
Just because it's how it is don't mean it's how it has to be.
What the uninspired testifiers fail to see.
That is what the uninspired, testifying liars fail to see.
Let's see results from being that which others fail to be. And if it means you're not with me, that honestly sounds fair to me.
Right.
I do this for my father.
You know what that reminds me? Hi, baby. Hold on, I need 2 hands for this. There are karmics panicking. I'm gonna do that Reiki in a little bit, actually. But here, this one is what I was hearing.
Because I'm a peace-seeking missile and I found myself. I don't have many friends, so I am by myself. And that's cool. I like me, I'm good for my health.
Not you. Because I'm a peace-seeking missile and I'm by myself. I don't have many friends. What was it? I'm a peace-seeking missile and I found myself. I don't have many friends because I'm by myself. And that's cool. I like me. I'm good for my health, not you. I hear Lucky Me also by Morgan St. Jean, I think.
From time to time in my dreams, I do this for I do this for my mother, who's finally clean, no longer a thing. I do this for I do this for my sister, my wife and my kids, 'cause they part of the team. I do this for all the naysayers and haters who made me one of the greatest. I know it kills you inside, that's why I do this for you. Do this for my mother, she'll be working for the summer. Do this for my father, 'cause these days I often wonder what my life would have been like if I was not adopted.
Oregon and Washington. No Van Horn sounds good. Right. Lucky that I grew up around some mountains. We were taught to climb.
be my life. Do this for my friends who scattered all across the country now. I'm out in Sweden walking back through life so I can write it down. Make a living off the sound, so crazy to say out loud. I'm the biggest thing since Travis Rice to come up out the town. Sorry, gotta stunt a little. Used to have my dreams belittled, but it's all a part of it. I know people's minds are fickle, lines between reality and dreams. I blur like faded nights. Come up been so good for me, I wish that I could make it twice. I do this for my father, who I've only seen from time.
All right. Made that protein drink finally. I heard that. It looks like hot chocolates because I make it like hot chocolate with almond milk. And it's delicious. I heard that. I'm really excited for you to do your nails. That is so cute. You like my nail art? It's adorable. I've been hearing that. I've been hearing Puget Sound. Oh, I swear to goodness. I can look it up. I swear it's in my phone or my history, search history, because I looked it up last week. I woke up hearing it. I'm like, why do I keep hearing this name? What is this? And I did. I looked it up. It was in Washington. You're right. Almost forgot about that. Thank you. Now I know why. I must have been picking up you. Please forgive me if I pronounced that wrong. But I want to see if I can find that history now. It might be on the phone. Come on, baby. I think it's on the phone. I think I looked it up on the phone. In fact, I'll see if I can find it when I'm off of this. But that makes sense. I've also been quoting a log in this week that ran through Washington, and it is called, like, these people have tried to persecute me for telling the truth and whistleblowing, yeah? And I'm sure that's why you've had a relatively anonymous account. Respectably. It's why I haven't, just to be clear, not that I'm not curious or I haven't cared. I haven't wanted to pry because I haven't wanted to put you in a spot to, if you have information to offer, I'm listening, but I'm never looking to dox you or put you in a spot. So there's that. Your safety is important to me. And there was a law that passed through Washington a number of years ago called SHB 1236. S like Sally, H like Henry, B like Bobby, 1236. No spaces, no dashes. It's all one code word, SHB 1236. And it's basically failure to report. So if I had not whistleblown on these situations, I would be in just as much felony trouble for all the damage that has happened as the people who did it. I would be an accessory, and I, like Albert Einstein, could not be complicit by my silence. No, this was a quote from Albert Einstein. It was shortened. It was a paragraph, he said, and it was shortened into a sentence, summarized, and this is the summary. If I were to remain silent, I would be guilty of complicity. It's a very hard quote to find. I have found the original. But he did say it. It's just that particular one is summarized, shortened out of context, and it's why it's so much harder to find. Because most people don't know about that at all, let alone that it comes from a much larger paragraph with more context. But the purpose and the meaning is the same. And he did indeed say that. He also married his cousin, which is questionable, but he was a genius. And to be fair, he was also autistic, which I think plays into the genius, as well as the fact that he married his cousin. People that have autism tend to have kind of questionable social stuff, boundaries, complexities, understanding sometimes. And so it would make sense as to why he was comfortable with somebody that he grew up with, or didn't see the problem or any kind of weird in that. I think it was less weird back then too, even then. But then also, he was brilliant. Both of those could easily be explained by the autism, just saying. So before you judge, I think I understand his brain too much to do that. Not a choice that I would have made, but I am also not autistic. And I don't think he had the proper guidance or direction on that, nor do I think they even understood or had a word for autism back then. I don't think they knew it existed. 922. Record everything, make transcripts, have AI. Yeah. I don't, that's foreign to me. I know about it, I don't use it. I do record and document everything, though. I have been. It scared these people lately. I picked that up a few days ago. They didn't realize I had all the receipts that I do. 11122. I've been pulling receipts out from, years ago, and this and that, and organized and documented, and they didn't think I had these things. Some of these screenshots and things I've been posting lately, I've never shared. In fact, I don't think I've shared the one in my community board, the one with the stalker. If you look, it's PA-2024-177, and that's because I filed a protection order against that person because they wouldn't leave me alone, and have been involved in all this stuff with the Van Horn drama and all of that, and the criminals involved with that. And they decided that lying to a court, well, it was a crooked judge anyway, was the best way to get what they wanted. And then after lying and working in a corrupt group which I can prove all of, because I have documented it. I have every court transcript from the last 8+ years here, in multiple varieties of copies. But he had lied to have this dismissed, and then proceeded to show back up at my house the next day trying to give me the finger, as if to say, fuck you, I can do whatever I want to abuse you, and look, I've got dirty cops and judges and whatever else in my pocket, so there's nothing you can do about it. Pretty much. I saw that. Van Horn is a sitting duck. Yeah, well, teamwork makes the dream work, my friend. Sounds like you know more about it than I do, but I have a whole bunch of evidence. I'm sure you could hear those sirens? Yeah. And here's the thing. Here's another thing. For my legal and safety purposes, I haven't been able to speak about certain things, but it doesn't bar me from giving evidence to you, and you can legally do what you will with it. You can expose it, and it won't hurt me at all. But they try to hurt me if I do on some things, so I've had to be mindful. So if you ever want to collab on that, give me a shout. Because if I give you some of the evidence I have, you can put him behind bars with one of those videos. Fast. And your understanding of AI, which I'm just based on what you're telling me is more than I have. I have a bit of understanding just a bit about the dark web based on what I've picked up, and I've had some of these criminals try to cause problems. I've also, the angels taught me, the holy angels in the team taught me about, what was it? Deep fake, they said? Yeah, I had to Google that one. They've been doing that to try to set people up too, possibly in perverted manners, dark web stuff. But that's about all that I know. I know that people have tried to do like weird voice things, and it's on a simpler term, it's just like making fake accounts of people, but I know they've been using stuff. And you seem to know more about that than I do. Thank you. Teamwork makes the dream work. I mean, Van Horn even bullied me in front of my grandmother one day. Not the inheritance one, a different one. She went to me with court one day, and Van Horn dragged me there. He shouldn't have been there. And there was nothing to speak about since he had illegally dragged me to court, and he wanted to ask me for like permission to do something. But he wanted my permission to do something after he'd illegally dragged me there in the first place to harass me. So I'm not. It was not in a position, he was not in a position to be asking me for anything, frankly. And frankly, I was not in the mood to give him shit. So I also had a domestic violence advocate there with me too, and she saw it. In fact, her name is Jody Leach. She's been running the sexual assault branch of AMHC for 20 plus years. And she said what Van Horn's clients were doing was speaking pedophile grooming language publicly, not even realizing what they were saying out loud, and left evidence of it, which I have documented. And I've got all that too. Want some copies? 11622. Sure. You have your email in your description box information? I will find it and happily send that there if that's the case. Just let me know where to go. But I was sitting in the very back, as far back in the court as I could. The judge is up here. There are different rows of benches up here, and I was sat in the way back next to the door here. It was the Hancock District Court, the smaller one down below. And somebody says, "What do your tattoos say?" No lies, just love. I had got those when I was 18. And so I was sitting here, my grandmother was here, and the domestic violence advocate was here. And Van Horn, the judge's booth was over here, and Van Horn came over here, and really he had to talk to me to ask for permission. And no, you don't ask me for anything. You've illegally dragged me here in order to abuse me today. So don't ask me for a favor on how to make it easier for you to do that. Fuck you. And and he got down in my face and had to make it look like he was asking because the judge required him to do so. And I said, no, we have nothing to talk about. And because he would have made him look bad, he tried to force that conversation, and he got close. This was during COVID too, like spitting in my face. I could smell him. He got closer to me and got more aggressive and nasty because he was angry that I wouldn't speak to him or give him what he wanted, which made him look like a terrible person, because it is. It's just the truth. And I said, no. I said, I don't have anything to speak to you about. We have nothing to discuss. And he got closer to my face. I was sitting next to my grandmother and a almost 25-year-old domestic violence advocate. No, she's not 25. She's been doing that for 25 years. She runs the department and trains all the new people. She's very good at her job. Yeah, I saw that they were trying to build a new courthouse too. And you know what I heard also is there's a problem. What was it, was it the shelter? There's something about like the homeless population or like something there. There's an issue. Now it's going to be way over. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Where it is now, it's like right next to the homeless shelter, and so there's access for people to use certain whatever it is that they need. But if they move it, how are people? I think it's going to get to court is the issue. How are they going to get to court from the homeless shelter when they've got no transport? You know what I mean? Often homeless people don't have proper addresses to send court date changes and things like that, or even phone numbers sometimes. So how are they going to get there? That's the issue. I talked to the bailiffs about this a few weeks ago, actually. while filing some papers. It makes me so sad, dude, and it's cold. Won't be in the summer, but doesn't matter. It's only summer for 2 or 3 months here. Anyway. So he got a third time closer to my face, and he was scowling and like spitting angry. Yeah, well, I'm sure it is. Well, you know, they killed my cousin that way. My cousin had a ATV accident. If you look this up, his name was Nick Stanley. My aunt's name is Leona. Excuse me, my aunt's name is Leanne. Her mom's name is Leona. But Auntie Lee, she had a son. He was a number of years older than I was, but when he was, you know, it was a similar situation actually. When he was 15, she thought he was in school, and she got a call from the emergency department saying that her son was there, and she was said, no, he's in a different state in school. And they said, no, his father took him out, and he went on an ATV without a helmet or whatever the case may be, and he cracked his skull open and he got brain damage. So at 30 plus years old, he was like 15 years old in his brain, and from that day on, he had bad seizures, bad seizures. And he needed help, but because he was 15 years old in his brain, he was running around and ended up in spots. And same thing with not having, even he would try to show up for court dates or if there were any issues for minor things. But if they would change, then this happened all the time. There would be no notice for him because he didn't have an address or a working phone number or something at the time. And so he would miss a court date because they changed it without telling him or without notice. And he would get in there, and his mom would come down from from New Hampshire to try to help him. My aunt would come down to help him, and then by the time she got here, they'd have released him already, and it would be a whole cycle over and over again. And just about the time that he finally died, it was like the same week, he said, Mom, I need your help. I'm ready to get the help I need now. And then he died. But if they had allowed her, it was the same court, same judge, I think it was Michael Roberts, if they had allowed her to get him the proper help before, like, they have no problem violating our rights and freedoms, but they don't actually allow people to get the proper help that they need either when it counts. He might still be alive. And it was really sad. He had a seizure on the floor. I mean, like, the pillows were on the floor. I saw it, what happened, actually. He came to me after he died. He felt himself getting a seizure. He was just getting ready to get help from his mom, which would have allowed him to get, like, everything on track with finances and get him an apartment and, like, a life alert and then a seizure-safe place, you know? And so he was crashing on a friend's couch, and it was next to a kitchen floor, and so he would lay the couch cushions on the floor when he would start feeling a seizure coming on and lay on them. But I saw it, and when the autopsy came back, she said that's what it seemed to be, that it's like he had a seizure, but when he started to flail, you know how they sometimes jerk, he wasn't jerking back and forth, he jerked up and down, and when he came back down, his head, he saw it crack on the tile on, like, the hard floor in the kitchen. Ooh. And that was that pretty much. But it was like a week later, after he had asked his mom for help, and she was getting ready to come on her way up. She's tying up the loose end to finish packing for the travel. She had just talked to him that night. Yeah. And so after this court date with my grandmother and the AMHC, her name, Jody Leach, her name is, 1/24/22. I was planning to file papers before I went in, but I had to make it to the court on time. There was a bit of traffic, and I was traveling to get there, so I just needed to get to court and make sure I was not late. And I figured I'll just file the papers after. But then the judge said, okay, go down and get paperwork. And so I did. I was going to go file the papers I had intended to on the way in, but didn't have time to do. And then I was getting the papers the judge asked me to get on the way out. And I went up to the clerk's office and I was talking to the clerk, and she had started going through the system, the computer system, and getting me the papers. And Van Horn came over and like basically hip bumped me off the counter and pushed me out of the way so that he could speak to the clerk and interrupt me when she was already serving me. And when we left, my grandmother said, well, that was rude. And I said, what? She said, did you see how he pushed you? He interrupted you working with the clerk so that he could cut in. It wasn't even like just cutting somebody in line. She was already in the system pulling up files for me. And at that point, I had already been bracing myself, because what was worse was that after getting right in my face, during COVID, spitting in my face while I was sitting down, he was standing there leering over me, kind of hunched, buckled down in my face, bending his knees a little bit to try to get on my level. It was intimidation. He was still standing above me. And then he tried to race out to the clerk's office and do that. But when he came up behind me, he stood like this far. I could feel him breathing on my neck. Like I said, I could smell his breath. I could just hear and feel him breathing on the back of my neck. He was standing. It was like a creepy stalker. Like, do you want to smell me or something, dude? What do you want? You want to taste my earwax? Get out of there. Get out of my fucking face. Nasty. Bet this is why you're divorced. Pig. A single father. I wouldn't call you that either. Anyway, breathing down my neck. And so I'd already put my shield up. I had already started to, shell him out. I'd already braced myself. And she said, that was rude. And I said, what? She said, he cut you in line. I said, oh, I had already tuned him out, because this is just what he does. This is why it's a stressful situation, but why I always and already armor up before going in, because I just expect that from him. I don't expect anything else from him. I know it's foreign to you because you don't expect a lawyer to behave like that, but this is what I've seen for almost a decade. He's not been anything different to me. This is who he is. I'm glad you could see it today. 127.33. And so did the sexual assault advocate. Yeah, it's very sad. I'm proud of everybody. I'm super proud. And I feel it. I know I've been picking it up for a while, but this is different. I don't know exactly all who they are yet, but before I felt like there was just a general energy of of the fact that I knew there were other victims out there. But now, and I don't know exactly their specifics, but I'm feeling that they're individual people, like certain, almost like silhouettes. Before it was just an overall energy. I know there are victims there. I can feel them out there. But now it's like I can't exactly see their faces, but I see silhouettes of some of them stepping out of like that shadow of the energy of feeling them. And so I feel them coming out now. And the witch next door wind chimes just dingled, meaning the wind blew really hard, because it has to blow hard for that to happen, and me to hear that over here. It's not normal. It doesn't usually happen. I am picking up spell work though. And more specifically, what I'm picking up is that there's a level of illumination, like divine illumination. So these silhouettes of these people are coming out, meaning they're closer to coming out and telling their story, but God is about to shine the light on them. And God is love and light and truth. So that makes sense. You should leave the videos with a better call to action. Yeah, if you mean as far as encouraging people to come out with their stories and not be afraid to join the whistleblowing team, and I hear quality in numbers. It's quality over quantity, for sure, but I hear quality in numbers. This is a quantity of good people coming out who've been really harmed. And this is the thing about narcs. Okay, people think on a spiritual basis, like, well, what did you do to deserve that karma or something like that? But that's not the case. Often narcissists don't target you because you're awful people. That's the opposite. They target you because you're good people, because you're generous and they think they can take from you, because you're loving, so they think you'll forgive them and let them keep abusing you, because you are patient and kind, so they think you won't stand up for yourself or report them, or that they can bully and gaslight you into submission. That's why they pick people like us. It's not because there's something wrong with us, it's because they're weak and there's everything wrong with them. Yes, that's a good idea. You can ask people, even if they don't want to come out and like drop a comment or something like that, they can email their story, where they can share their story through you could be a safe outlet for that. And there's something about, it's like they tried to bury one story or another story, but when there's a bunch of us coming together, it's legal precedent, okay? This is what happens, is when there is a multitude of cases that are all the same, they have to rule. They have to rule in the favor of the victims in accordance with the law and other cases like this. And there's something about the way that our stories parallel in one way or another. There's enough of a crossover from enough of these corrupt players consistently, meaning they've done the same types of things to a lot of us, and it's been the same toxic people doing them. There's no way for them to cover it. And that's why they try to isolate us individually, because they fear us coming together. Imagine, I mean, this is why they click together and isolate people, because they're afraid of that happening. And I think that says a lot more about us, or them in that case on the negative, than us, but us on the positive, because if they feel like they've got to isolate us individually and we're that much of a threat individually, imagine, and they feel like they've got to gang up on us individually, right, to get anything done or have any success, then imagine how strong we are together and how fearful of that they are. Like crapping bricks. No, he doesn't. 132:22. Van Horn has a daughter that's about my daughter's age. So no, I don't think he does have any empathy, because how could you have a daughter and do that to somebody else's? I could never. It's why I advocate for not only my children, but other people's too. And anybody that's harmed, elders, especially the vulnerable of society, the people who are deemed to be more vulnerable, women, children, disabled people, elders, people who need maybe some extra support and protection. And those are the types of people that are often most targeted. Why? Because narcissists are weak little punks. I hear pick on somebody your own size. They won't, because they can't, and they know that. So they pick on people they think can't stand up for themselves or defend themselves, or they put people in positions to not be able to. They've been doing the same tricks for years, and that is why. This is that God will let them think they're getting away with it for a while, but it does work for a while. This is also going into something called the aging narcissist, and they don't realize that eventually people catch on to their tricks and get sick of their crap. You can't give these people the benefit of the doubt anymore, because it's not like they didn't know better or they're just young and no, they know. They're just manipulative, and they thought that they'd continue to get away with it because they did it first and for a while. Yeah, you and I ask ourselves, how would the other person feel? He does not. And you know what? I bet you also have maybe contemplated about yourself at a certain point or not. Maybe if you're angry or defensive and very possibly reactive, or have been stern in opposition to the abuse. Gee, am I the narcissist because I'm upset? And narcissists don't do that either. If you've experienced that typically comes from a narcissist trying to gaslight and project that they're the victim, to try to paint you out to be everything that they are, and that's why. And so with it gaslighting, sometimes people do think, well, I did get upset, and yeah, but justifiably so after somebody tried to cause harm, you know? And it's not the same things as these narcs feeling slighted by every little thing and ego, you know, every time somebody bruises their ego, especially by telling them the truth. It's not the same thing. They think it's tit for tat because we get defensive, but they're doing really toxic, abusive, abrasive things that are just morally and ethically unacceptable. We tell them the truth about how they're unethical and they're so butthurt about it, they want to attack. But babe, that's our point. Aggressive. And I find that pretty funny that he tried to scrub that. After I said that, it vanished. I haven't been able to find that on the internet since. I'll see if I can find that. Actually, let's do it now. You know what I'm hearing? What is that? I heard it this morning too. Na 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 na. It's like a viral TikTok song. Yeah. Pull that right up and leave that so I can put that up there in a minute. I'll link it on the down bar. Now that that's ready to go. You know what I've been hearing too? Carry on my wayward son, don't you cry no more. Here, Blame It on Bad Luck by Bayside. Spent some time in a bad place at 18, wishing I could see some things through clear eyes. Do you ever wake up to realize that your life is meaningless? Does it give you strength or lead you to your grave at a young age? And now I realize I'd give anything I had to walk a day in my old shoes, wondering what my first smoke would be like, and my first fuck and my next fuck up, the next band that would change my life. Did you? I've been listening to Bayside since I was in high school. I know the Bayside Road well. In fact, I really appreciate the conversations lately and the whistleblowing. I just heard Vibe Tribe. I could almost cry. Hi, baby kitty. Did you have a little sleepy? I'm sorry. I love you, baby. Okay, let's see. There's abundance Reiki coming through. Oh, I love this. All right, it's hot too. Oh, hi. Archangel Michael's here. I need to take off my hoodie. Hold on. I can get a shirt. All right. I just heard Mechanic Drive. Must be a road. Hi, baby boy. Just heard effervescent. I hear bubbly and abundant. Hi, sweet boy. You need some dinner? Want some more? I hear arms of an angel, in the arms of the angel, fly away from here. You know what? When I was falsely arrested twice, actually, the angels kept playing that one in my ears. In this dark, cold hotel room, in the endlessness that you feel, you are pulled from the wreckage of your silent reverie. You're in the arms of the angels, and may you find some comfort here. Spend all your time waiting for that second. Can I have this, please? Thank you. I love you. For that second chance, a break that'll make it okay. It's always so easy to feel not good enough, and it's hard at the end of the day. Need some distraction. Oh, a beautiful release. Memories seep from my veins. Let them be weightless, oh, or let them be empty, oh, and weightless, and maybe we'll find some sleep tonight. You know what? I developed a fainting disorder in there. Here's the thing. They arrested me too late on, for those who don't know, arraignment days are Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So meaning you can see a judge to get bail Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But if you get arrested on Monday afternoon, you've got to stay there till Tuesday when there's no arraignment, and then Wednesday till around noon till you can get in to see a judge again. So that's what happened. And I needed an inhaler. And I asked for an inhaler because I needed one before they even took me in. And I didn't get one the whole way there, obviously, and I did not get an inhaler at all. I did not get an inhaler, period. And I needed one and asked for one. I begged for one for 3 days when I was falsely arrested. And because I wasn't getting oxygen, I started fainting. And they tried to say that they were looking in through the guards, through the window at me, and I was asleep. No, the fuck I was not. I was passed out from lack of oxygen and have a medically diagnosed syncope. Well, I have medically diagnosed syncope, period. That's what the diagnosis was, because I went without oxygen for so long. Yep. And it's not speculative. This has been studied and tested. And in fact, one day I was on my way in from an EMDR session to physical therapy because they happened to be booked close together that day. But I had actually picked up a whole bunch of, or I was processing out a bunch of sexual assault trauma unexpectedly that particular therapy session. And so my nervous system was a little bit, it needed a second. And I went to physical therapy. And while just waiting to stand in line at the COVID check-in station at the front, I got a bit dizzy and I closed my eyes just to shake off the dizzy for a second. And when I opened my eyes, I closed them and started to pass out. I was hitting the floor. But fortunately, I had somebody behind me that hooked their arms up underneath my armpits and caught me before I hit the floor. But the emergency room, I had to go past the emergency room to get to the physical therapy office, and the emergency room was right behind the COVID center check-in station. So it was, if I was going to pass out anywhere, that was that was the place to do it. And it wasn't just, oh, she looks like she's passing out. No, they scooped me right into the emergency room, would not let me go to physical therapy, and they ran a battery of tests, including blood pressure tests and such, and my pressure had been dropping, because that's what happens when you faint. You lose consciousness. And so that came from that false arrest. I was injured in a few ways. There was a nerve injury, and then there was the oxygen fainting syncope thing. And then I also got a bug bite in there. I shouldn't have been in there at all. And it was the weirdest thing, ringworm of all things. Ringworm you don't typically get from bugs. It's extremely rare. There are very, very few documented cases of it. And out of all the things, what it was spell work. This was monitoring spirits again. Out of all the things, freaking ringworm from bug bite. How do you know it was a bug? Because I saw it, and then the bug bite started bleeding after I got it off of me. And that's exactly where the thing developed. Somebody says, you didn't really get sick. Oh, no, I did. Because then I dealt with some doctors who weren't doing their jobs and kept trying to test me for Lyme disease and shit. I'm like, no. And so pushed back the process. It was a very quick and simple solution, and they dragged it out, and it was very uncomfortable. I actually fired that doctor and immediately went to a good one and got lickety split a solution overnight. But yeah, all of this was unnecessary, dude. All because they were mad that I whistleblow on pedophilia and abuse. Like high honor in reverse. Crooked. They're crooked. Looks like the courthouse, doesn't it? You know what it also reminds me of? It's like the jail, the French jail. It looks like the one Josephine, like Carmi's prison. Yep. Manipulation. Yep. Tried to dominate and manipulate divine feminine. You see, it's like her dress is burning up. They tried to scorch her. But he's a snake. Look at that. It's giving Ursula the Sea Witch in a male. Come here, babies. This is why people don't want to deal with them. Well, that was rude of him. Yeah, it was. Trying to abuse children to get what they want. No, dude. Long road. I would say take a long walk off of a short pier. In fact, that's exactly what it is, Van Horn. You could take a long walk off of a short pier because the road is up for you. The road's ended. You're at the dead end of it. Like I said, expectation in reverse, and sometimes God will let them think that they've gotten away with everything before the carpet is snatched out from under them. Wow. Wow. Come here, baby. So, we're at a crossroads now. This is the point where things are forced to change. Because these people were stealing, and that hell has to go back. They were not good people. They were falsely arresting people and trying to dodge prison penalty for themselves, all to get wealth. And then there was a financial extortion. Here, I'm going to put you in a bad spot. I'm going to try to falsely charge you bills for frivolous litigation that you don't actually owe. And then after injuring you out of work and then draining your finances, since you've had to pay, $20,000 worth of lawyer's fees and what have you, at least, then I'm going to demand that you go to debtor's prison because you don't have... It was very expensive to frivolously litigate you, and I want you to pay for it, or I want you to go to jail. It cost me a lot of money and time to try to abuse you, and I want you to pay for it. No, Van Horn. Under the jail you go. Toodles. No income tax in Washington, no sales tax in Oregon, no. Are you trying to entice me to come to Washington? Does sound much better. You know what? When I was in high school, I didn't like the people that I was around because look at what they've been doing and enabling and tolerating and joining in on. So I made friends in, I still remember this, in chat rooms and stuff in high school. And there was this guy named Ricky. He was a little hipster kid, but he was from Oregon. And you know what? Interestingly enough, this was his favorite tea brand. They had these stores there. This was not from the store. I don't think they even have them around here, but they do sell the tea. I don't use this one all the time. I usually use the other flavors that I have, but I do have all of the flavors, at least the ones that they've had locally here. And this was his favorite store. I guess they have a whole tea store. They do have a tea store here too. It's just not that one. These are more like local teas or special imported teas, but these ones, I guess in Oregon, they have a bunch of stores where you can go in and just purchase loose leaf, like pounds or quarter pounds or however much you want out of it. And that was his favorite, but his name was Ricky, and he was from Washington. If somebody asks how old was he, about my age. He was a teenager too. Just a fun little, but I find my tribe. Those people are just not it. Radical honesty. And that's it. They don't like the truth. They try to bully people for speaking the truth. I'm a truth speaker. Those are just not my people, and that's fine, but they need to get over it and leave me alone. I'm picking up a song. Hold on. Mind flip. There's something about, I think it might be the diss track. Hold on. I think it's the diss track. I'm gonna write one of those. You karmics better watch out. I know some people want to collaborate with me. I'd do it by myself. But I know. And I know it'll be good. Diss track. Is it this one? I think it's maybe this one. There it is. All right. Broke people want to show off. The clothes that they buy, the cars that they drive. But the credit is maxed up. You want a front, but you got none in the bank. You want to flex, but you got none in the bank. Right. See you online showing your dollars. A couple hundred and you think you're a baller. No. In fact, some of these people who've been harassing me actually put the hashtag on some of their posts of keeping up with the Joneses. I'm like, that's not a good thing, right? Stupid. Right. Talking fancy like a big shot caller, but you don't even know the definition of what you're speaking. Insulting yourself while trying to flex. Come on now. Yeah. Because that's what they do to other people. They try to target what they perceive as the most vulnerable things in people's life that they just can't recover from, or that'll make it easy to snowball into something worse, or they try to put people in those positions and create them. If you want to work as a team to get this done, let's do that, because I've been waiting for somebody to be on the same page. Somebody willing to do it. All these people here haven't wanted to do their jobs. This shouldn't have been an issue at all, and it should have been fixed a long time ago, even if it was. So if you want to help me do their jobs for them, then let's go. We'll have it handled. And I do plan. This is one of those cases. My case, it's so bad with the Vladic filler parallel, and then even parallels and aspects of the others. I can use this case to make them close these loopholes. I can force this into even Supreme Court to show them how much of a pattern this is, because I talked to the doctor about this the other day, one of my doctors. Maine is the only state in the country that does not have a civil attorney program. And if you had a civil attorney program, you could keep a lot of, not that there aren't issues with corrupt lawyers in general, we know this, but even so, not all of them are. And if you had civil attorney programs, you could prevent a lot of cases from getting to the point of being criminal in the first place. It's a pretty big jump from civil to criminal, so that's a problem. And it leaves the most vulnerable of people even more vulnerable. And so there's a huge loophole where abusers are using that to hurt people, and it also makes it very hard comparatively for victims to properly protect themselves, especially without resources. So what we can do is make this pattern be shown. It can force them to adjust things to close those loopholes, as well as put whatever protection mechanisms in place for other victims. Here's another thing with protection orders. Maine needs to change this too, because abusers have been doing revenge protection orders. Like when I started whistleblowing on the pedophilia, that's when in retaliation, some of these people started trying to file fraudulent protection orders against me, claiming that I was harassing them for telling the truth about the fact that they were sexually assaulting children, because they were trying to cover it up so hard and they needed to scapegoat and point fingers at someone else, the victims. And so, good. Oh, sir. Ma'am, sir, please forgive me. I'm never going to assume. I speculate. Non-gender specific. No shade. But despicable. Maine. Yes, thank you. We can, teamwork makes the dream work. Happily work this out. I'm really proud of you. That's awesome. And thank you for helping. I know it's for all of us, but it does. You know what I'm hearing? I hear it takes a village, but these people, this is Bar Harbor in town, the little park where the gazebo is called the Village Green. This is technically, it's called the Village of Bar Harbor. This was a village. But it's supposed to take a village, right? Communally to run things and all work as a team. But the child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. And I feel that we are those children. That's okay. I have God on my team. And so people that run with me have some extra support and protection as well. These people thought that they were doing something. Oh, I hurt you, so you have nothing. No, you tried to kill me and I'm still here and I'm still going to finish it. It might take me longer to get where I'm going, but I'm taking my dignity, self-respect, and class with me. Everything you did has to be overturned. I can't relate. I still win. Thought you won a couple battles, but we win the war. Good. Yeah, I plan to file lawsuits myself as well, but Maine is one of the only states as well, or the handful of them, that if you file a protection order against someone, you'd think logically speaking that neither party should go near each other. But in the state of Maine and other states, if you have a protection order against someone, you can go near them, but they can't come near you. And that's a problem, because then you have situations where abusers will try to get protection orders and claim that they need protection from a victim, since they're claiming that they're being harassed by the truth coming out about how they hurt people, and in their attempt to cover it up. But then they continue to go and harass that victim while claiming that they have the right to, since they need protection from that person, which doesn't make sense. But then, if the victim who they keep harassing speaks up about it, then they try to use that fraudulent protection order to further target the victim. So, let me explain this, because somebody's confused and I feel it. You've got a criminal and you've got a victim. The victim says, hey, I'm being abused. The criminal tries to lie to cover it up and claims that the victim is lying. So the criminal claims that they need protection order and that it's not the victim that needs protection or the protection, but they do. So then the criminal tries to get the protection order, and if they do, they try to go and harass the victim, keep taking hits at the victim, but they hide behind the protection order. If the victim speaks up about it or tries to get help or does anything, even to defend themselves seemingly retaliatively, 159.22, then the victim gets hurt. The victim is the one to be targeted. The criminal says, hey, the victim's harassing me, while they're hiding the fact that they just went to pick at the victim. It's the definition, Mommy Wata would call it, throwing stones, hiding their hands, and then crying wolf about it. That's what that is. Well, we're over here doing what she also calls drinking water, doing yoga, and minding our own businesses. So there's that. Anyway. I do have to say this, because as much as I love Mommy Wata, I have seen her call upon a few fallen angels recently. I know it's not out of malice, or it's not, but she's called on an angel that fell a couple of years ago. It was a moon angel, but Zadkiel does all of that work now. And it doesn't matter who it is. There are people that have done this, and I don't respect them at all. I do have a lot of love and respect for Mommy. It's not out of malice. But it is an issue. And there has been a time where Archangel Michael, and this has been coming up for a while, and I've been quiet about it, but Archangel Michael, and he's here actually. They all are. Let's pack this bowl. Thank you. I love you. Shiva, I love you. Thank you. Hi. Callie's here too. I really love you guys. Thank you so much. Got you. Always from the Most High, though. God is above everything, but please understand that there's a parallel and a crossover. So, Archangel Michael said something about this the other day. And if people were calling on these things, not realizing that they were fallen, really trying to, like, they'd call upon God and Archangel Michael, and then not realize that they would also be calling on fallen angels or something. Michael would just block that, and God would just block that and protect them. But at this point, it's gotten to a point, because I've been warning about it for a while, where we're too late in the game for people to still be doing that. And Archangel Michael has better things to do than protect people from fallen angels that have already long since explained that they should not be calling on. If they continue to do that at this point, Michael's not going to, and God's not going to keep blocking that, because again, we've got bigger priorities and better things to do than save people from fallen angels that they should not be calling on, that they've been warned to stop calling on for. I've been doing it for years, actually, but more again the last few months. So it doesn't matter who it is. It's just a general energy right now. And I hear some people say, well, it doesn't matter, it's transmutational. No, yeah, I've heard that before too. There was another reader, and she fell. She said, or her stuff was coming up years ago, and she was doing this. She had like 20,000 followers or something. And she kept calling on these fallen angels. She was also explaining in detail to her viewers on how to pronounce these fallen angels' names. And they kept popping up on my feed for a few weeks, and I kept ignoring it because I just wasn't going to, if I wasn't called to speak, it wasn't my place. But Archangel Michael said, no, the last time it popped up, you need to do this. Maine doesn't care about the victim. It's a money game typically. Yeah, it is. Justin Trudeau has been advising people not to vacation in Maine. And I have family businesses here. Like, I live in a tourist town. So, that's I see it for what it is, and that's sad. But I also, I agree with him. Like, this is awful. It's sad, and it's not good. It's not good for people. It's not good for citizens. It's not good. We suffer because Trump's being an asshole. And I get that Trudeau doesn't want to support him. And again, I support Trudeau for that. I fully understand and I cannot argue with that. I would do it too if I were him. But it's sad that it's not only hurting Canadians and everybody else, but it's also hurting the US citizens. And Trump doesn't give a fuck. because he's getting paid with our tax dollars to live too exorbitantly. 164.22 wastefully. And he shouldn't have access to nuclear codes either. Hitler incarnate. So there's that anyway. So back to this person. She was told, Archangel Michael said, you need to speak. And I warned her, those are fallen angels. And she said, well, I call on Archangel Michael. And she said one of these other names. But what she didn't realize was that that was me in a past life. So she was calling on Archangel Michael and one of my other incarnation names. She was calling on me. And so I answered Michael, and I answered her, and she tried to argue, and she said, no, I've looked it up, and she said she looked up like ancient texts and stuff like that, and it said that those angels were fine or should have been fine. And yeah, maybe they were before they fell, but that doesn't help you when they fell in the 2020s and you're reading information that was written thousands of years ago, and maybe they were, again, not fallen then, but they definitely are now. So don't argue that's an irrelevant point. What she was speaking was rhetoric, and I warned her that, and I let it go because I did my job and I moved on. But then her stuff popped up a week later, and all of a sudden her life went to shit. She didn't know if her twin flame was her twin flame anymore. It was like her best friend died, and her life was falling apart. I'm like, yeah, girl, that's because you were calling on fallen angels, were warned to stop, and you didn't. That's choosing the devil. So that's that. And so, well, yeah, but they just alchemize. Yes, the jobs are still done. That's what I'm saying. Okay, pause, because I have a human analogy for you. I see that you're having trouble with this. But they're being done by holy angels that are not fallen. Seraphim angels at that. They've been split between the 3 remaining angels. The rest of them were not seraphim. They were being tested to see if they elevated. They did not. Uriel, Zadkiel, and Michael are seraphim. That's it. They're the other 14, or out of the 14 and 15 main angels that Uriel, Zadkiel, and Michael are traditionally seen grouped together with, those are all gone. They're done. They have been for years. In fact, Zadkiel was mostly helping out and doing those tasks anyway, so it really wasn't a transition when those people fell. It just that there weren't extra angels doing those jobs anymore. We were. So that's one. But as far as the human analogy goes, imagine that you're talking about somebody's employment, place of employment, job, right? And let's say somebody is, somebody's a scuba instructor, and the scuba instructor gets fired, right? Like a fallen angel, for whatever reason that they got fired for, whatever reason they fell for. That job still needs to be done, right? So the boss of the scuba company, scuba instruction company, hires a new scuba instructor. But you don't call the new scuba instructor by the old one's name, do you? No, he's got his own name, his or her own name, with their own name tag that's written on their birth certificate, with their own social security number. So stop that. I never thought about it like that. Well, that's exactly how it is. You know how I know that? Because that's what God told me. No, I'm not judging. Because I'm a medium, but I'm also an angel communicator, also an animal communicator and other things. But mediumship is, while I have both gifts, mediumship is not, it's a different level than the archangelic communication. This holy angel energy is on a much higher frequency. A lot of people can't do that. And so I understand why people wouldn't know that they're calling on fallen angels. If you don't have that gift, which most don't, then you wouldn't know. Because you need more than just mediumship to know that. It's a different level. But that's what I'm telling you. You don't have to listen, but you will catch hell for being oppositional, because it's not my opinion. And you're not arguing with me. I'm just the messenger here. Somebody's triggered. That's your issue. I'm speaking generally. I'm not speaking about or to anybody in particular. Radical curiosity. So if you are triggered by that, I'm not upset with you, but I would say that maybe you need to go do some self-work, some self-love, radical self-acceptance, perspective, because you're something about you're not seeing clearly. Voice, right? So stop calling on fallen angels, or God will stop listening or helping. Because the cycle has to close. You cannot just keep going in circles. The unknown, because at this point it's a known better. It's not a, oh, I didn't know. It's a choice to hold on to cognitive dissonance or just be stubborn and do something you know is not good for you, or that you've been told is not good for you by someone qualified to tell you. Melting mask. Yep. See, oh, I'm upset and triggered by that. See, the trigger energy is going away now because somebody's realizing that I'm not sending out a personal attack. I'm just speaking. And if the shoe fits, right? Inner life. Yeah, I'm sending love. Go heal. Strength of vulnerability. I'm not upset with you. Just go work it out. Creative power. I'm going to go paint my nails. Hey, baby. Come here. Come here. My little zoomy. See? They're mad. You see that? Renewal. Because they don't want people to start fresh. They don't want people to heal. Inner integration. They don't want people to mend or repair. Look at this, they're sewing a quilt. It looks like out of both of their life experiences too, they're working together as a team to get this whole big project done. Teamwork makes the dream work. Mr. Meeker used to say that before he passed. I never heard anybody say that before he said that. He died in 2016. Eternal gatekeeper, yeah, see? It's that Hindu energy I was picking up. And so, two references, these like dirty cop energies who were trying to gatekeep the truth. Jared Hardy, for example. I won't deal with him at this point. I've got lawsuits coming towards him as well. And he's just a guy. I talked to my doctors about this the other day as well. False beliefs. We call them out. This was not reversed. We call them out. It's gaslighting. He does two things. He does the narcissistic changing the goalpost and then also word salad. And so he just tries to spin you in circles. Even when you're right, you think maybe somebody just doesn't, this is the trap for a narcissist, the word salad. You think maybe since you know you're speaking the truth and you know you're correct, maybe they just don't understand you. So you try to explain yourself because you think any rational person would just want to hear an honest perspective and be able to find a mutual understanding and common ground. But that is not what these narcissists want to do. They want to dominate you and bully you no matter what. No matter whether you're right or not. They'll convince themselves and you that they're right when they're not, just so that they don't have to take the ego wound of accepting that they were not, that they were wrong. It's very sad. They're in the dark. And you're right. You're right. People you're dealing with are pure. They have been. And I feel that in my heart. It hurts. And that's what they wanted. They wanted to drive daggers. They do what they can to hurt people, cut people, metaphorically and spiritually speaking even, and then pour straight salt, acid in those wounds. They try to cut people and then blame them for bleeding because they think it justifies or proves, see, look, they are broken. You think it proves your point? That you're breaking people and saying that they're broken, so you're right? No. We're telling people that you're breaking people, and the evidence and the trail of wounds that you leave is, well, speaks for itself, doesn't it? Van Horn. Emptied. These people are empathy void. Hollow. That's why they try to suck the life out of others. But look. People are coming together. See the gears? People are putting the pieces of the situation together, and all the different little pieces of a story or all the different victims, when we all come together, and it shows that he's just done the same thing. They've done the same thing over and over again, or maybe the tactics have been a little bit different. Like you talk a lot about how he messes over people that he has had as court-appointed attorney to me. He was hired by criminals, and then he chose to attack me for them for money. Synagogue of Satan. Yes, I talked to somebody about that yesterday too, and how these people, it's why they're so mad at us. These people are mad at God, and so they're angry at God's people. Another thing is some of these people either don't believe in God, or they're angry at God because they feel like they've had struggles in life, as if we all haven't, but because they feel like they've had struggles in life and we haven't, or they feel like theirs are worse or whatever. They feel like that we haven't been through enough to not believe in God or be so pessimistic like they are. But no, walk by faith, not by sight. So they think, well, where's your God now? I'm going to hurt you the way that I feel like I've been hurt and show you why I don't believe in God. Where's your God now? But it backfired. God never said that they would not cause harm. God specifically warned, yeah, they shall fight against you, but they shall not prevail against you, for I am here to save you and deliver you. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, I shall repay. So we don't want vengeance. I've never wanted vengeance, and I still don't. I do not want vengeance. I want justice for their bloodlust, and there's a difference. They left a Bible on the burner of the stove. I like that. I like that. Spirit self. Presence of absence. Look. So we remove ourselves from the equation because we deserve better. It actually recharges us and heals us. Look at the vitality in her. Presence of absence. And they get drained because they don't have any narcissistic supply. They've got nothing but memories. Distorted desire, because we exposed the truth about how they were corrupt. But our intentions were pure. Our intentions have been pure. They thought that they could make us look evil or make themselves look less evil by painting the whistleblowing as that we were doing as gossiping or slander, but really that's what they were doing. We're just telling the truth. We're just seeking to help make the world a better place by balancing out the corruption and bringing justice, fairness, healing, protection to those who need it. I heard that. Now I see why, as that got stuck to the table, now I see why they canonized you as a saint. Yeah, well. You really are an old soul. Yeah, I've lived many lives. Creative power, exactly. Yeah, that's how I can see through it. It's giving Freya also there. Did you know Vikings being painted as blue-eyed blondes was very inaccurate? Most of them had dark hair or red hair. Largely dark. Both. Mine is both. Mine is dark brown. And it looks black in some lights even, but it's not. My mom's is black. Mine is dark, but it's got red highlights in it. So when it hits the sunlight, in some lights it looks reddish. It looks kind of like it's just red hair, and it's not. It's the light hitting it, not letting it look so shadowy, and then highlighting the red in it. The red undertone, the red highlights, natural highlights. They're auburn. There's also an emphasis on the way they targeted mothers and children. But see the spiral, that Kundalini spiral, it comes back around. Somebody's laughing at Van Horn. You really thought you'd get away with that? We're coming for you, bucko. Oh, and just P.S., because I saw the other day, I picked it up again, Karmic's trying to slander out of context. If I've ever said I'm coming for you, I don't care who it's to, whether it be to Harrigan or any kind of corruption, I've never ever meant I'm going to physically hurt you, and they know that. And my people know that, but just so that they can't take anything out of context, if I have ever said to anybody, I'm coming for you, I mean non-violently and legally. I mean, you're going to pay for what you did because I'm telling the truth about you, and I will absolutely be seeking justice on all behalfs. I'm not going to hurt you, but you hurt yourself trying to hurt myself and other people because you're going to pay for that now, legally speaking and financially speaking, with your spirit and possibly your life, but that's between you and God. Yep. Anything else? And so being able to be open, right? Putting the wounds on display here. What it did was allow people to see the truth of the situation. And you know what? It's bringing a team of people who also want justice in and have truth to share that can also help bring it. Pieces of a puzzle, I hear. There is mapping Reiki, I hear. So somebody, two things. There's something about being able to put the pieces together in life, either situations in your life or how things or certain situations or people dynamics played out, possibly where past life things played out. Personability Reiki also. There's something about drawing in that soul family. I hear it's already here. I hear they're watching. I've got people watching me, I know that. More so than have been speaking. The ones I'm dealing with are incapable of telling the truth. They can't. I know. I find it weird too. It's not when you understand psychology of narcissism, like really when you understand the brain science behind it, but yeah, I do find it perplexing. As a rational person, an empathetic person who seeks to find a neutral ground with people and understand from a logical perspective, it is baffling until you remember that they're narcissists. Why would you do that? Because you just can't imagine doing that for any reason to anybody. So it's so confusing when people do that to others. It's foreign, not for them, but that's because they're not good people. Picking up that they're scared, not Van Horn, and I'm hearing both, and then his criminal clients. Aptitude Reiki, doesn't that mean if somebody has an aptitude test? Isn't that like to see if they're qualified for things? Yeah, this will help the elevation point of the light workers as well as weed out those who aren't. Remembrance, yeah, remembering who you are. I'm just waking up now. And the tears of the ones I love. Risk and reward. I've been quiet for so long. Now I remember who I was. Invisibility, authenticity. You see, and just being authentic, being bold in who you are, two channels. They wanted people to hide their true selves, hide their authentic light and truth. They knew it would create change, but also that being yourself creates a cloak of protection, truly. Because you're in divine alignment, acceptance and equality. Yep, and it draws in vibe tribe. It's like being able to be yourself and accept yourself and love yourself for who you are. It shouldn't, but I'm picking up that it does, even just with the vibe tribe, meaning like people should be able to love themselves regardless, but I'll use myself as an example. I'm seeing it. Me standing here and loving myself unapologetically, I see lately has been allowing people to feel like they have permission to be themselves authentically and unapologetically. And they should. They've had that the whole time. But sometimes, like I said, you need that one person to come out and the first victim to come out so the other victims aren't afraid to speak anymore. And you know what? And if I have to be it, then so be it. Yeah, they wanted to control people. I split the deck. Exploring wildness. I'm really proud of you. It's like I'm coming out of my shell. Sorry, babies. Change. We're bringing positive change. I want to see what's coming of the situation. Do you mind? Are you still here, Despicable Maine? Do you mind if I read on the situation with us working together on this situation? How that'll play out, or if God wants to know anything? I'm hearing not to speak too much. We'll surprise them. Pop out, surprise! But before I do this, I want to ask permission since it's also your energy. I can certainly read on me, not a problem, but okay. But I've already done that. I mean, I've already done that plenty of times here. So let's see. Now that this is moving forward. Leo. Creative, noble, enthusiasm, passionate, self-motivated, endurance, generous. Okay. The Strength and the Sun card. Fire. Sun. 5th house, I will. So the phrase is I will. This means it's about cat's eye and ruby. Tiger's eye is a very cat's eye kind of a stone as well. And the day is Sunday, season summer. Okay, I will. So for Gemini or air signs, it's like I know is the phrasing. For Leo here, it's I will do this, and making a point to do so. Okay. Meaning that we mean what we say and we're planning to get justice. Hidden sacrifice, yes. And people do not know. This wasn't for fun. This wasn't for clout. In fact, speaking the truth and whistleblowing and continuing to do this, like, we had targets on our back. We maybe lost the interest of, I mean, I know when these karmics were creating drama for me, it definitely caused issues with views and things like that. Like, people don't want to deal with them or see them a lot of the time. It cost us money, cost us traction with other things, but the most important thing was not about how many views or whether or not some people liked it or not. It was the fact that we still needed to get the truth out. The truth is what's most important, and the right people will hear it and the right people will know. Also, it's not about how many people, it is about the quality of people, because you could have 2 people watching you, but what if one of those people is like a private investigator who can flip the whole case on its head, or like a movie producer, or somebody who you just has to be about the right people, and all it takes is one. Sometimes it's just snowballs from there. Quality over quantity. Holding them accountable is the goal, absolutely. Hidden sacrifice, water. Pisces, feet and toes, karma, hidden secrets, reconnection, mystical power, charity. There it is, because this is what this is. This is a form of charity, seeking justice for us, but also to seek to help prevent this for others and protect them and stop this. I mean, do you know how many people we're going to be able to give a second chance? If us holding Van Horn and these people accountable will give all these other people who may not have gotten justice before the opportunity to appeal these cases, even if they are technically otherwise out of statute of limitations. This is a loophole that they can go back. They create so much grief and they don't care. They will, as this karma comes back to them. But this is our charity work. This is a mission. This is a God calling. Charity, defeat, self-destruction, surrender, psychic, return, punishment, accident, intuition, discovery, illusion. And so they're in trouble because they've got highly active psychics who have sniffed out everything that they've been doing, or have been, both, but also very intuitive, smart people who understand the law and the corruption and that it's wrong, as well as the fact that we have the power to do something about it. Community, especially in numbers. I was just hearing groups, air, Aquarius, legs, ankles. Okay, group activities, communities, society, friends, sociable, friendship, long-term goals, ideals, family members, hope. And it will help heal. It will help people heal and give them hope. Tell me about the situation with Van Horn. It's in reverse. Restriction, limitation, hardships, controlling, Capricorn, Aquarius. Yeah, so he's in trouble. Wow, all these just flew out in reverse. Aries in reverse. Aggressive, self-centered, controlling, impulsive, egotistic. Yeah, didn't I say that? Aggressive lawyer. Mars, and Mars is the planet of war. God of war. Aries often resonates with that Mars energy. And he was mad at Aphrodite because Aphrodite loved Adonis. She wanted to be with a lover instead of a warmonger. I am. The message is I am. I will, I am, spring, Tuesday, ruby, and diamond. Whoops. Okay. Nurture, sympathy. Oh, this was in reverse. That's emotional, clingy, insecure, contradictory. Yep. High priestess, chariot, water, moon. I feel, summer, Monday, moonstone, and pearl. And you know what? I've been picking up big Empress Josephine energy. Empress Josephine had a quite a special affinity for pearls, wouldn't you know? Especially peach pearls, pink or peach pearls, which I actually have here. Two-faced, superficial, narcissistic. We called it. We did call it. We did. Magician, the lovers, air, Mercury, third house, I think, summer, Wednesday, tourmaline, and agate. And that was the first crystal that I picked up earlier when I came here, wasn't it? How funny is that? I just heard Bible thumper. You think that hurts our feelings? 'Cause I can hold a grudge like nobody's business. What would people do if they knew that I'm a Jesus freak? And I don't really care what they say. There ain't no hiding the truth. Think that hurts my feelings? Yeah, I don't like you because you have a source of power around you. Okay, demon. Bye. Like Mars, see, they're mad. Anger, impatient, aggressive, power, control freak, Aries, Scorpio. Okay, so you also have the Chinese zodiac of the tiger. Aggressive, rebellious, argumentative, prideful. Dragon, horse, rooster, dog, pig. I did call them pigs earlier. Rabbit, sheep, rat. I also called them rats yesterday. Ox, tiger, snake, monkey. I called them snakes recently too. Fire, earth. Okay. I want to know about these crooked judges. What about Harrigan? Aggressive, self-centered, controlling, impulsive, egotistic. Emperor in reverse, Tower. Dramatic, opinionated, stubborn, patronizing, childish, and egotistical. Same cards are coming out. Confusion, deception, subconscious, elimination. They're just toxic. Same cards. Anger, resentment, control freak. Anything else? Not with these. Hold on. I want to see. But I feel like I need to pause and shift the energy and recalibrate a little bit. I also don't know exactly what deck I need. Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes, that would be really helpful. I think for a lot of people. Yeah, any information that you have or know to like help streamline or simplify the process. What the problem is for some people is it's very complex and confusing. Like just the legal jargon aspect of it, not even including the depth of the language aspect. The legal jargon, just reading through a legal document can be hard for people, but to understand actually beyond that, even fully the depth of the laws and how it plays in and how people's rights are being violated, it's a big topic. And I think a lot of people either don't know enough to know that they should care, or they're intimidated out of doing so. And if we can simplify that and make it easy, it big changes things for people. Takes them from being afraid to be part of the conversation to feeling like they have something to add to it on a positive note, and that's good. Satisfy emotional needs, nurture self and others. It was in reverse though. Are we reading reversals? I guess we are today. for this. They were trying to hide things, though. They were not nurturing themselves. They were being toxic. See? Because they tried to keep light workers out of their north nodes. But it didn't work. Meaning, they didn't want us in our destiny path. They wanted us to stay in karmic toxic cycles. Pisces came out again. Intimacy, intuition, and compassion. Intimacy keeps coming out. These people were not nice. There also is an emphasis on, unfortunately, trigger warning, sexual assault for some. That intimacy reference. Yeah, see, cultural and family roots, home, peace, and comfort, and the way that they used even family courts to tear people apart. Self-express, embody truth, and so that's why God's shining a light on the situation for all the pain that they cause to these bleeding heart light workers. See, one of the people trying to do this with Robert Van Horn has been a Cancerian. Nurture, comfort, and protection. Yeah, this was the pedophile. Cancer. Written 2 books. One, How to File Bar Complaints, and Kangaroo Court Survival Guide. Yeah, let me know about those and I'll see what I can do to share as well. Individuality, self-image, and approach to life. It's in reverse. And friends, like-minded groups, and humanitarian beliefs. You know what? That almost looked like humiliation for a second. So that goes back into the humiliation rituals. And by the way, that's just a fancy term in witchcraft. It is what it sounds like. But it's just a fancy term for trying to embarrass somebody, to make them feel some kind of way about themselves, ashamed, even if it's false. Like, even if somebody didn't do anything wrong. Like, let's say I see this. It's this type of energy. There's a kid that's being picked on, and there's a mean girl or mean boy in the cafeteria, and there's nothing wrong with anything in relation to this kid that's being bullied, but maybe they're like an introvert, and the bully knows that if they yell something at them or call them out on something, even just something mild, bring attention to them really in the middle of the cafeteria in front of everybody, it'll embarrass them, especially if it's something not very nice. And so they do it hoping that it will put this person in some kind of social humiliation, and they will be more compliant and open to being oppressed, basically. They'll just tolerate it. They'll submit. But what it really is an attempt at an energy swap. They're trying to lower your self-confidence because they don't feel very confident, and they think that if they knock yours down, they can make themselves feel important for a few minutes or at all. And that is an attempt at energy swapping and harvesting. Even if the person who's being targeted doesn't really feel like they've got much to target, obviously these people see something in you. Sometimes they see your potential and they try to bully you and knock you down before you see it, because they don't want you to see, they don't want you to have the confidence that they know you could. I will. My email is Horizon Holistics. I'll check yours too, don't worry. But just so it's here, my email is horizonholistics@hotmail.com. It's HORIZONHOLISTICS@hotmail.com. Planning and action. There it is. What are we doing? It's reminding me of Virgo. There. Regeneration and transformation. Yes, these projects, passion projects sparking back to life. But look, with a level of temperance and regulated balance to actually accomplish something positive, cleansing and flow to clear these cycles out. I feel that it's somebody trying to play with cult magic, solar plexus, sacral chakra. They're trying to bind the lower chakras, because those are the chakras that give people passion, courage, confidence, creativity, the inspiration to do something like this, and the motivation and drive to actually push it forth and finish it. So they don't want people, no, If the best way to break a spell is to do the opposite. So if they're trying to throw spell work to make us not motivated or lack of focus to finish these goals, then what do we need to do? Focus and finish. Choose otherwise. Choose to break it. They have no power. Building blocks of reality, exactly. Embodiment in the physicality, as above, so below. And they've already lost in spiritual court, as above, so below. They're already in spiritual prison, as above, so below. That's coming next for them. Truth of all truths, because that's it. They are trying to throw nasty energy, but we've already been clearing our systems, grounding and fortifying, yep, to heal. There's a karmic trying to threaten me right now. You're going to regret it if you don't take down this reading. God says, no, don't. They're scared of the truth coming out. This, just our interactions here, just today, over the last couple of days, but just today, this makes them look really bad, okay? Really bad. Van Horn looks so bad. You and I just having conversations make him look so bad, and I feel that, and he feels that. Or I'm feeling him feel that, and that's why they're panicking and throwing this. But it's not even him. It's the people that he's been hired by because, Russ exposed, right? You think your lawyer will save you, so you're submissive with your actions, and then you flop, and then you wonder what happened. Yeah, okay. So the song is talking about how these people will bully their way into positions of power and then claim that they're almighty and successful, but they don't actually have anything to show for it, and they stole it, so they don't have the skill set to maintain it. And so he says in this, he's talking about people trying to compete with him in the music industry, Russ, in this song. He says, the song becomes bigger than the artist. People know the song, but they don't know the artist. He's talking about these people being plugged the whole time. So they tried to make me look unsuccessful, right? As I was doing a lawyer's job and a police officer's job and a detective's job all by myself, while they were having paying professionals with a slush fund to do all that work for them, and I was standing there by myself without the training to do it and still doing it anyway, figuring it out. So he says you were plugged the whole time. So basically it's like if it's a new music artist, they have a promoter or a label that's pushing their song. That's the only reason that they're successful, because they've paid other people to promote it. Meanwhile, they're trying to claim that they're more successful than the independent artist who's on their own grind and making their own come up, blood, sweat, and tears by themselves. They don't have a label promoting their work. So people hear the song, they know the song because the label's promoted it, but they don't know the artist because nobody actually is, they don't have fans. Somebody else just made their song popular. People know the song, but they don't know the artist. And he says, I could be here for a week long if I performed my whole catalog. Something about people, they know my songs and they rap along. I'm a big league rapper. You're here now, I'll be here a decade after. This isn't luck, this is by design. I had to work in the dark for my light to shine. Yeah. So he's also saying, you had your lawyer behind you. You were plugged the whole time. So you're submissive with your actions, right? They just did whatever Van Horn said would be the best way to try to dominate the situation, except now they're all in trouble for it. I paid the lawyer, so I'm just going to listen to the bad advice. Except for the lawyer had motive to keep giving them bad advice because he was being paid for it. And then none of them wanted to be in trouble for what they did, so they kept trying to cover it up. And Van Horn didn't want to be seen as a corrupt lawyer who couldn't do his job and took cases he shouldn't have taken, and bribes and extortion. And they tried to push it right to the end. So you flop, right? And then you wonder, what happened? What did he say? Something about fans, talking about loyal fans. Yeah. They don't have that. They got popular because someone else was making them popular for a minute, but they don't have loyal fans. I do. I also didn't quite finish that Mind Flip song, so we're going to do that too before I go any further with this. But let's see. Is it sore losers or exposed? It's either sore losers or exposed. I think it's exposed. There's a karmic female ripping her hair out. She's upset. Fan. Maybe. Hold on. I hear something about they know my songs and they rap along. My fans, he says, my fans. There it is, I heard. Your come up is a mystery. Your fans are fickle because your come up is a mystery. My fans are going to stick with me because me and them got history. I had mentioned this earlier. I built a rapport. Look, he says, so many sore losers keep trying to talk to me. You need to focus on winning and stop focusing on me. It's not a competition. He says, 13,000 in Portugal. That's arena talk. You're still on your training day. You're Ethan Hawke. Rappers, lawyers with your get rich quick scheme gimmicks. Instead of hating, you should have focused on your 16th minute. We are not side by side. There's no split screen in it. I'm gonna be around forever like a Springsteen ticket. I'm just bathing in success. Yeah, I rinse clean with it. I put my best foot forward like a Nowitzki pivot. I got blitzkrieg critics. They're not wasting no time, but I'm not wasting no money, so I pay them no mind. That's a lie. I be snapping. It's my fault. I'm adjusting to people spreading lies about me, always hating and judging for the sake of discussion in the hopes of some clout. This shit's been stressful. Fuck y'all, though. I'm going to keep on winning. I've got angels all around me. In the arms of the angel. You can keep on sinning. There's no way you're going to fuck up my limelight. In hindsight, I was right all along. You've got to see it way before it happens. I'm going to be the greatest. I won't settle for next best. In a birthday suit, best dressed. He says, I only get in trouble when I say the truth, which means you're getting fed lies every day, you fools. So do your research before you try to speak on my name. The beats are classic, I amaze myself. I'm a boss, I'm an owner, yeah, I pay myself. Fuck the capes of society, yeah, I save myself. Even after the millions, bitch, I stayed myself. I'll still take my people with me, but new people think my buzz got here in a light year. Fuck y'all, this is not a Toy Story. Stay in your lane. This is big business. Move, bitch. Get back. Like Chris Bridges. In case you didn't know, that's Ludacris's real names. That was clever. Could have played it different. It could have silenced all my truths. It could have buddied up with people for the sake of looking cool, but it's not in me to be fake. I can't do it. I see through it, man. This game is translucent. They twist the truth for the headline drama. Clicks create traffic. Traffic creates dollars. The sheep believe it because they're not up on game yet. Smooth rides aren't as fun to watch as train wrecks. Controversy is currency. Controversy is clout. It's why the haters keep my pretty name in their mouths. But y'all are hopeless. This is a decade of devotion. It's hard to stop my movement when I'm already in motion. This isn't luck. This is by design. I had to work in the dark for my light to shine. My confidence plus my success is just a mirror for some. It forces them to look around and see what they haven't done. And that's a line for all you haters. You're mad at yourselves. You're judging every move I make, but you're distracting yourselves. Because you would rather sit around and bitch and make comments. Oh well, suit yourself, be miserable. I'll be country hopping in the jet. That's the visual. I saw this coming in my hoodie with the plaid flannel. I bet on myself. I had to gamble. Feeling like I'm half goddess, half mammal. Watch me turn my life into the Travel Channel. Okay. Everybody knows your true colors. You make someone stupid every time you make a sale. Right? Like Van Horn getting clients. Your mouth is smelling shitty from the bullshit that you tell. You're either not lucid or you're lying to yourself. Oh, well. Oh, my Facebook memories just popped up. Look, that's so funny. Speaking of stupid versus not. Look at this. This is hilarious. Get it up on the screen. Marrying an intelligent woman is a cheat code to life. Who can give you better counsel than a woman who loves you and is smart? I'd like to be able to come home and say, honey, what do you think about this, instead of making every decision on your own because your wife's a dummy. Yeah. Got another one for you too. I have to get the keywords exactly right. I might have to link this in the description box. Yeah, the quote is something along the lines of, I'll figure it out exactly, but it's talking about, imagine having a wife that's so smart that if you ever have a problem or something comes up, it's, hold on, let me check with my wife, or let me ask my wife. She'll think of something, or she'll come up with something, or she'll have an idea. Not to say that you should always be up to her, but again, if this is a creative problem solving, teamwork makes the dream work situation, you want somebody you can bounce ideas back and forth off of to creatively problem solve, not have to do everything yourself. It's on being with smart women, intelligent women. nonetheless. I just heard that. Norse goddess. They don't call me the goddess of 10,000 names for nothing. I resonate with many. I've set foot on every continent in many lives rather, including ones that don't exist anymore. So yeah, it's been an adventure. Cheers. There's soliloquy Reiki coming through, so something about an emphasis on communication. And you know what? Even with the videos that you do, Despicable, those are, I meant to zoom that out earlier, very much along the lines of a soliloquy on levels, sort of. It's just an articulation of words, but the way I stand here and I just speak, gift of oration. Let's do, what do I need? There's a karmic female who's very angry right now. Okay, let's do this. My spirit endures. Resilience. We're overcoming these situations and people regardless. Thank you for my healing. This will be a healing situation. This will bring healing out of it. I'm picking up restitution and retribution, so even financial damage is coming out of this for people. I flow with life and my heart flows with me. How is this court stuff going to play out in regards to working with Despicable Me? I open my heart to abiding love, dedication, preservation. I overcome all obstacles. Very dualistic energy there, you see. I am vibrant. There's a level of vitality coming back here, and it's the strength and the truth and the light of the divine moving through. I hear justice warriors, social justice warriors. Ooh, and what did I say earlier? Aphrodite and Aries. I follow my heart, and that's about speaking the truth about these weaponizing people. I conjure magic, Lady of the Lake. Yeah, it's giving Isis, Freya. Ooh, what did I just say? Yeah, it's giving Isis. There we go. I welcome the constant flow of sustenance. I bow to the sacred water of life. I create an inner haven of peace, and then I let go with peace. It's okay. These cycles are closing. I give freely. And this is why I'm able to stand here and speak the truth. Here, it helps. I know it helps. That's why I do it. That's why I do it. Mother of the ocean, inner child healing. I go within to feel whole. You know what I also find? That helping others, helping protect others and prevent these situations for others, you have a good workflow to create them. I'm interested and I'm listening. I find that it can be very healing. Like the court system did what they've done to my daughter and I to me when I was a child on levels. Except for I think this one was worse for her. Really. But when I love her and I nurture her and I protect her, I hear that I became the woman that would have protected me as a child. Yes, it is like nurturing the little girl in me that never got properly nurtured or protected the way she deserved. So like preventing that in other people or helping step up and stop a toxic situation or protect someone against it, while it's fulfilling to help them, it's also, it can be spiritually, mutually, mentally, and emotionally healing for us too. So it's good. It's good for both people. It's good for everybody. And sometimes that's what we need. Like, have you ever, it's the way we laugh, we could find the humor to just navigate these situations, but have you ever heard somebody's story and just been sad for them? and then you say your story out loud and you actually realize how sad it is or messed up it is, but you're just kind of toughening your way through it. So it's like until you say it out loud and maybe even hear it from another person's perspective, you don't even realize how messed up it is. Like if you heard someone else telling your story, if you heard someone else telling you that somebody did to them what somebody's done to you, you would be just appalled and baffled and upset for them and sad for them. But we just kind of grit through it and almost desensitize ourselves just to get through it. But we would never want other people to do that. We would never allow other people to do that. We would have a level of empathy and depth and compassion and understanding for other people. And so this is the reintegration of that for ourselves with the awareness that comes with it. Of course, these other people deserve it too, but so do we. So both. It's good for both of us. And I mentioned this earlier this morning that like bald card came out, but it wasn't about the bald. It was about the Shaolin energy. I listened to the wisdom of my heart. Yeah, there she goes. Oh, look. Oh, sovereignty queen. It's giving Queen of Truth, Queen of Swords, upright, and Aphrodite. I bloom with love. Mm-hmm. 22037. I'm a fierce warrior of love. Comes with truth telling. All right. I could go deeper with that reading, but I'm being told to just not. That's enough for now because there have been, wouldn't surprise me if Van Horn was watching, but I definitely know I've had people watching me that have hired him. So it's one of those tactical things. Yeah, I have nothing to hide. We say what we need to say, but it's like you don't give people out your bank account information, right? Or if you're escaping somebody, you don't tell them your escape plan because you know they're trying to block you anyway. It's like that. Nothing to hide, but they don't need to know all the details. You don't give people your bank account information, not because you have anything to hide, but because you know they have ill intent for you. There's a difference. So there's a balance, and I listen. I did get the call to speak. I asked before reading on that. But I was also told to be mindful and not pull too much. So that's why we're going to stop right there. They'll figure it out when it's too late. They take full advantage of those who cannot defend themselves, either with lack of money or knowledge, or who are mentally and emotionally scared, exhausted. Yeah, the vulnerable people. 22222, Queen of Wands. And so that is why I have the passion to speak up and fight against it. Yep. High Priestess, because I saw through what they were doing. Trying to put people in poverty. Harm them. 10 of Swords, they tried to take people out. These may have been people trying to kill others. Yeah, but it didn't work. Now they're in trouble for trying to kill us. This is a good movie, by the way, if you have never seen it. It's The Little Prince. It's a children's movie. It's lovely. It's one of my favorites, actually. King of Swords, told you. See, there's a divine masculine matching divine feminine's Queen of Wands, Queen of Swords energy, so passion to move forward with a purpose or a cause, a mission, but also speaking the truth. Ace of Cups, and it's divine. The passion and the emotional drive and inspiration towards this, it's coming from a higher divine source. 5 of Pentacles, these people are losing money. They'll be losing money. Doesn't that look like a dirty politician to you? They don't have any emotional fulfillment either. I finished the script, add a PFD. Yeah, very cool. King of Cups. See, there's a divine masculine energy here too. It's matching this passion, this emotional drive, the Star. wanting to make a passionate change, a positive change, big cause. King of Wands, look. This is a divine couple. This is, I bet you this is Emperor and Empress energy coming out. High Priestess, I'm telling you, it is. It absolutely is. It hasn't come out fully yet, but Six of Swords. See, and this is about, Six of Swords is about walking away from toxic upheaval situations and moving to calmer waters. Justice, moving away from the injustices in the situation. Three of Pentacles. They can't cling to what they had. There's no building for them. They're in trouble. They're frozen out now. Five of Wands. Yep. Yep. Yeah, they wanted to fight and have conflict created. And they wanted to create war zones in people's home lives. The Lovers. They did not want people to love themselves or have love even just platonically or for their own family. Four of Swords. Two of Swords. They wanted people to not know which direction to go and just to be so exhausted or burnt out that they just stayed still or, again, didn't know how to move, which way to go. Six of Wands in reverse. Knight of Wands. It was very reckless and impulsive, and it did not have the success that they wanted. Six of Wands is a victory card. It's in reverse. They failed. They celebrated too soon, too. You gotta know when to hold on. Know when to fall there and know when to walk away. You better never count your money. I look forward to collaborating. I'm really proud of everybody and you. I'm so sorry that people went through struggles from these decrepit people, but I'm really proud of us, dude. We're overcoming it and also making a change on a much higher note, on a much larger scale for a lot more people. We were not the first victims, but we will be the last. I hear your reign of terror is over. I'm so excited to go do my nails. Me too. If we can, this is what I've been praying for. I knew that there needed to be more support. There needs to be more. I knew I wasn't supposed to do this all by myself. I knew I needed to just stand on my own and speak, and if that's what it took, then that's what it took, and I was willing to do what I needed to do to try that. But I also know and knew that God has people who can do something about it, have something to add to the conversation, and also want to. And I really appreciate that. I'm sending lots of love and hugs to all who are in need and open to receptivity. And I would also love to do some more Reiki before I get off of here and spend a lot of energy. And I just want to make sure we leave on a beautiful, positive note. I'm not quite done though. For as much as part of me is like, oh, I've been here for so long, I need to get off. Nope, the channel's not closing. I need to pack a bowl and hydrate, and I think kick it with some music. I think it's like, if you know what the warm-up and the process of working out is, really you're supposed to stretch and warm up, and then also after you get done working out, really a cool down is important. And for those who don't know, your heart is a muscle, and it's good to start slowly pumping that blood in with a warm-up to start slowly stretching that muscle, just like you'd stretch your legs before taking a jog, hamstrings and what have you. But then also your heart rate goes from beating quickly when working out to you don't want to stop all of a sudden. That can also be a little harsh for your system, so a cool down can help. And I'm interested to hear that. 12622. And so that's the energy, the cool down. I think we need to do a little bit of a cool down because that was a pretty hot topic. Heated. Somebody says, what color are you doing? Purple, mostly. I thought I was going to do like blue or turquoise and gold, but nope, we're doing purple. I wonder. I just got a vision. Hold on. Does it work? No way. Thank you. I love my gifts. Okay, so I don't have a gold polish. I was just thinking, I really wanted to do, I was seeing purple and gold, but I don't have a gold polish. You know what I have? Tons of gold eyeliner, tons of gold highlighter, and I just got a vision about how, it's Archangel Michael. Michael said, you know, you can take some of that gold highlighter or eyeshadow you have, that like sparkly glitter stuff, and then just take a bit off of it, use it as a powder, and then dust it on. Because there are two things. There's gold polish, like just a liquid polish, but then there's also special nail powder that you can use, like shimmer powder, and it's kind of like edible food glitter or edible shimmer powder. You know, people use it on cupcakes and stuff to make them sparkly, kind of like little edible pearls. But you just dip your finger into it, you paint it, and then you dip this, it's like chrome polish or glitter powder or something, chrome powder. You dip it and then you put a clear top coat onto it. But I was just getting a vision of how I can use eyeshadow and do the design I want, and then just dip it in glitter basically and get the same effect. Meaning I don't have to wait to go buy a gold eyeshadow before I get what I want. I can make it myself. So I fact checked what I was seeing, and yes, you can do that. So let's go. Chrome powder who? This'll do fine. Yeah. I think that'll work just fine. Turning the light on. I think that'll work just fine. Creativity. Yeah, that's pretty. Now I want to go play in my makeup. Adventures. I heard that. Somebody said in Lexiland. I've never heard that. That's hysterical. Yeah, well, guess what? Oh, they're making a play off of Alice in Wonderland. Adventures in Lexiland. Like Alice in Wonderland. That was cute. You're cute. That's cute. Well, I heard that. I'm surprised you got that. It took me a second. I got it. That was clever. Funny things. Did you know that I didn't give myself the nickname MGem either? It was a client. I actually still have the emails from that. Also Alice. That was my best friend in college who started calling me that. Because I'm a weirdo and it works for me. I used to know you when we were young. You were in all my dreams. We sat together in period 1, Fridays at 8:15. I see your face in the strangest places, movies and magazines. And I saw you talking to Christopher Walken TV screen, and I will wait for you as long as I need to. And if you ever get back to Hackensack, I'll be here for you. I used to work in the record store, and now I work for my dad, scraping the paint off of hardwood floors. The hours are pretty bad. But I will wait for you as long as I need to. And if you ever get back to Hackensack, I'll be here for you. And if you ever get back to Hackensack, I'll be here for you. I heard that. I just heard that. I'm surprised I made it through that without crying. I've sang my daughter that every single night since the day she was born. It was one of the songs I sang her every night. I feel that. Now someone else is crying. I feel that. I feel your tears right in the back of my throat. Woo! Sad, isn't it? Goodness. Love. Yeah, I heard that. Divine Masculine says love. You just love. You just have love. You're just a love. You just love her. Yes, I do. More than anything. Girl changed my life. She is the moon. And she changed the tide, and I could not accept for her what I accepted for myself. You know, actually, when I had her, it was really healing for me after dealing with narcissistic abuse. All the love that I had for her, and even the chemical oxytocin and stuff, it was very healing for me, just to love and nurture her. And then to be placed back into that level of shell shock on levels. I heard that, yeah. It's evil. They knew that being a mom made you happy, so they tried to destroy it because they thought that that was the one thing that would fuck you up the most. Yeah, well, and it did. Congratulations, you had the intended effect, but now you're going to prison for it. I wasn't very smart of you, was it? Rhetorical question. The answer is no. It was not. Next. I heard that. That's why you're going to get her back, because you're a good mom and you can prove it. You know, it is what it is. It stands for itself, and it's evident that they lied. Not just about me, but about who they claimed to be, which was the good people that they never were and never will be. For starters. And I also just got a flash of Van Horn's face right in the center of my forehead, so I'd say that's applicable too. It's also 222 on this microwave right here. That's not correct. But I just noticed. Homie, I get up, I run my shit. Really, I don't give a fuck. Heard. Y'all can run me up. Acting like you knowing the most. Acting like you sat on the throne and... Hear it. This is one of my favorites, actually. This is, I think, the first Mind Flip song that I heard. And it just hits, given everything that we've been through. This is a good one. I like the others, too. Some of the new stuff. A lot of the old stuff. But I don't know exactly why this one's special to me. It's 11:30 here, but I'm vibing. We're high priestessing today. Really, I don't give a fuck. Homie, I get up on my shit. Really, I don't give a fuck.
Trying to tell me I'm supposed to grow. The same people bending over, choking overdose. You could have learned your lesson from
You dove your nose in all my business, acting like you knowin' the most. And
I came to bring it like it's back in his day. Ahead of my time though, cause I seen the past of this day. But move a pronto, even though we passing this place. Still on my grind, stacking papers, slowly packing the safe. I got it covered, man, I'm doing my thing. But still these motherfuckers hate and try to ruin my game. But they've been doing me a favor when they using my name. Just like a
free advertisement.
You ain't gonna see me trying to hop in his rods and kill the music for the purpose of just topping his charts. Catching riders, they shopping at bars. And must have got it on top is what they dropping is hard. Get up.
Help me, I get up and run my shit. Really, I don't give a fuck. You don't run me up so
much, your shit, I ain't never had a clue. I should get down. Homie, I get up and run my
shit. Really, I don't give a fuck. I heard that. Now I see why you like. Yeah, this one got me through some shit, dude. Like, hardcore. Motivational.
Man, I've been back in the flesh. I'm on my rush shit. Know just what will happen is next. I know it. Couple moves from back in the jet. Been operated from the spirit.
Call it hack in the flesh.
I bring it well instead of trap. Water up. I heard your music. You were putting on it.
Hey, that's rude. Oh, he said you signed but didn't do the math. Right, it's like Russ saying, you think the label will save you? You were plugged before your first song. I was putting work in, you were getting work done. Yeah, your fans are fickle. Your come up is a mystery. My fans are gonna stick with me because me and them got history.
Y'all ain't real, y'all ain't true. So tell me what the fuck is the thing that y'all do? Brag about a million, but you really about to do the dumbest thing happen just to get a pass through. And I'ma do what I feel like. Cause my dream not be merging with my real life. Got the steam, homie, yeah, for sure we still fly. We still fly, motherfuckers know what's up. We get up, homie, I get up, don't run my shit. Really, I don't give a fuck. You don't run me up so much, your shit, I ain't never had a clue. I shit get down.
Help me, I get up, don't run my shit. Really, I don't give a fuck.
Don't run me up so much, your shit, I ain't never had a clue. I shit get down.
Yeah, be careful. In the city. All right. Oh, Astro Wolf just put out another video. It says your reputation. This is accurate. Oh, hey, that's rude. You get out of there and get out. Get out. Drives me nuts when he does that. Told you I was multitasking. The karmic asked me, why don't you do your nails? Because I have other shit to do first. I'm going to do some laundry and some dishes, and those are the last couple I have. Fed the cats and did some cooking. I'm going to finish that up. Emptied my jar of pickles because it was emptied. Trade-off, yeah, for sure. But that's why I had other things to do. So now I'm going to finish those dishes and paint my nails. Because I fixed them. Anyway. Your reputation and persona, he says, for not competing is getting attention. People know you're not fucking around. I'm going to watch that one. Vibes. hear this. I heard this earlier too, but since I hear it again. Call it delusion or ego, call it whatever you like. I'm on my own vibe. Planting those water and seeds with the tears that I cried. Yeah. I hope you stay safe. Trade off. I'm glad it's warm there. Make sure you keep yourself safe. I don't like that very much. I wish people, can you just fix that, God? I wish people would just stop. I wish for healing on all mental illness and violence. I wish people would just get a grip, get a couple, and stay there. I hope you're safe. Call it delusion or ego, call it whatever you like. I'm on my own vibe. Watering seeds from the tears that I cry. I'm making fans of my critics. Castles I built in my mind took some alone time. Put my phone on airplane mode, I'm flying so high. I got right with my psyche. I wake up like I don't chase, I attract. Universe has got my back. Like me must be my energy. I decided it's a fact. Everything I want, I need must be my energy. Yeah, I was thinking about that. That's good. Make sure you keep yourself safe. They can't suck me dry when I'm so damn alive. 2020, got perfect vision like God is my witness. Luck is a lady and karma's a bitch on my side. Zombies. I'm here. Another one for you. What was that song? It's a new one. It's put out a couple weeks ago. No, kitty kitty. Come here, my lovies. Come. It's called Nerve. I got some motherfucking nerve.
want, so it's once and done. I got some motherfucking nerve. I'm gonna hit you where it hurts. I'm gonna get what I deserve.
I got some motherfucking nerve.
I got some motherfucking nerve. I'm the creme till I creme of revenge. I know you weren't the one, cause I always been a 10. You really think you can play me when you're sitting on the bench? Got my middle fingers up, I ain't putting in my French. You're looking at me, I'm high like 100 degrees. Don't care if you broke my heart, cause I ain't putting you over me. I look pretty, better talk to me, not what pity. Your life's the best thing in your life. Shame on you, trying to pay me, but I'm not the fool. Fuck with me, get something I see, and it's just for you. I got some motherfucking nerve. I'm gonna hit you where it hurts. I'm gonna get what I deserve.
I got some motherfucking nerve.
I got some motherfucking nerve. I'm gonna show you what I'm worth. Look at me now, look at me, sir.
I got some motherfucking nerve.
I got some motherfucking nerve. Oh, when I look at you, you're a loser. Think you big, think you bad, here's a ruler. Want you right on my life, hallelujah. Time is up, get it Uber. Shame on you, trying to pay me, but I'm
Not your fool.
happy fuck with me. Something I see, just for you. I got some motherfucking nerve. I'm gonna hit you where it hurts. I'm gonna get what I deserve. I got some motherfucking, I got some motherfucking nerve. I'm gonna show you what I'm worth. Look at me now, look at me, sir. I got some motherfucking, I got some motherfucking nerve.
I just got a 15,000. Oh, this is a good one. I keep hearing Indigo Child. I'm also that. I like this one a lot. Come on, kitty, kitty. Come. Oh, babies! Where's the weed? You gotta get down. With a pocket full of coins.
Every day with the fear of living
What are you doing, my love bug? You need something? All right. There is acceleration Reiki coming through as well. There's a karmic energy crying. They're scared. They know they're in trouble. Acceleration Reiki is to make these manifestations, these things that we've been working on, move more quickly. This could be something you've been working on for a long time that suddenly seems to just pop off, but it's not. It's not that it suddenly just pops off for no reason or without cause. It's that you put the work in, you put the time into the investment or into the project, and it's like when you plant a seed, it takes time to germinate, and it might look like there's nothing happening for a while until it starts popping out of the ground. And when it does finally pop out of the ground and start to sprout, it actually tends to grow pretty quickly from there as long as the environment is fertile for it. But in this case, it is. So it's the final manifestation or that last big push of growth for people, or at least to the next stage of this new cycle. Where the heck is my bowl? I couldn't have gotten that far. I'd assume it's right here somewhere. Probably just in the dark where I can't see it. Or another place I went. That's why. It was where I left it, but the cat knocked it off. Okay. Anything. What else? Whoops. That's Astro Wolf. No, that song came up earlier. I want a different one, please. Unless you need that one to be heard. I guess that makes sense. I've heard that a bunch this week. Somebody needs to hear it. I'm not mad. There's a karmic. Don't swear at me. I'm so effing sorry. Shh. I don't believe you. I believe you're upset that you're caught, but remember, you were perfectly content with this just a few minutes ago when you thought you weren't, so. Cluster B personality disorder showing, I'd say. Probably. Ooh, I hear that. I get knocked down, but I get up again. I get up again. Sings songs that remind him of the better times. Ow, I need that. Stop. Thank you. Okay.
hold on, what's that other one? Breathe, Natalie. Hear that too. Okay, those are good ones. I like that. Very soft. Ooh, that's a good one too. It's not the other one. I was hearing a different one though, right? Okay, we'll start here.
I know you think that I shouldn't still love you. I'll tell you that. But if I didn't say it, well, I still have felt it. Where's the sense in that? I promise I'm not trying to make your life harder. I'll return to where we were. And I will go down with this shit. But I won't put my hands up and surrender. There will be no white flag upon my door. I'm alive, and always will be. I know I left too much mess and destruction to come back again. And I caused nothing but trouble. I understand if you can't talk to me again.
Excuse me.
And if you
Bless me.
I
love you, buddy, but
that makes sense.
that's okay.
You're
cute.
I won't put my hands up and surrender. There will be no white flag above my door. I'm alive, and always will be. How will we be?
Okay, also heard. Uh-oh. Interesting. These karmics are in big old trouble. Let's do this one. I heard this one first. No, ma'am. Get out of here. Where'd your eyebrows go? Divine Masculine's laughing, which made me laugh. Oh, okay. Don't Trip, I Got You is right next on the queue. Well, that makes sense. Heard.
West Virginia, West Virginia, West Virginia, West Virginia.
Ooh, I like that one too. This is my favorite version. Of this one. So good. There's only one.
I was today.
Shh. I was today years old when I could have done without that. Ma'am. Anyway. Yell at me in commercial form. 20622. There are plenty of versions of this song. There are plenty of recorded versions. There are plenty of live versions. But this particular live version, this particular live show version is my all-time favorite.
See if you can spot this one.
See if you can spot this one.
What will you do when you're lonely? No one waiting by your side. You've been wrong, I've much too long. You know it's just your foolish mind. Hey, love.
You got me on my knees, my love. Begging, darling, please, my love.
Darling, don't you
Please don't trouble my mind.
try to give you consolation. Go away and let me down. Like if I fell in love. You turn the whole world upside down.
You got me on my knees, my love. I'm begging, darling, please, my love.
Darling,
Won't you ease the trouble mind?
make the best of the situation. For I finally go insane.
Alright, so good. That's my favorite.
Don't trip, I got you. I put ice on your wrist 'cause I want to. Yeah. You're number one and I'm cool with two. If it's next to you. No, 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 no. I fuck with that. Wait, hold on. It's like it's hopscotch. Got these bitches everything they not. Rockin', I'm leaning. High for no reason. Pretty Gucci gleaming. I'm up on you, Miss Savannah. Get you gift just like I'm sending. Number one, like I'm a vanish. She my little tiny dancer. Oh, but she only do that for me. Yeah, so don't trip, I got you. I put ice on your wrist 'cause I want to. Yeah. You're number one and I'm cool with two. If it's next to you.
Alright, last one. I heard this one too. This is so pretty. Okay.
Touches.
Rude.
Buyers.
It's a Kia commercial.
2 a.m. and she calls
text me 'cause I'm still awake. Can you help me unravel my latest mistake? I don't love him. Winter just wasn't my season.
No.
Yeah, we
No, this is not what I heard. What was I hearing? This is wrong. That's not what I typed in. This is what I typed in. That's wrong. What are you doing? I don't know who that was, but that's not what I was looking for. I hear it. Breathe me. Oh, it's Sia. Breathe me. That's why. No, that was like Anna Nalik or something. I'm not saying it's bad, but no, that's not the vibe. Certainly not right now. I was not channeling that. It feels off. This does not. Heard this. It's so beautiful. Listen to that piano. Oh. That one gave me chills. So pretty. The swan villain. I don't know what you're talking about. The swan villain has toothache for a lawyer. Am I missing something? I also wondered, I keep wondering this. I think you're talking about just like metaphor for zombies, like these blood-sucking undead people, right? But I also know that there is a drug, a couple of them, one of them I think is called crocodile maybe? Possibly? There might be another one too. But it does a number of things, including make people go kind of zombie-like. It was big, viral in Florida. And I just don't know if you're talking about that either, or both. But I keep picking that up for somebody. I think it might be this one. Try that. Karmics are saying we're going to regret it for not leaving her alone. I hear she's doing better than we are. Whoops. Yeah, this was it. I have to sneeze. I'm allergic to somebody's bullshit. Excuse me. Bless you. What's wrong with you? Oh my gosh. I heard that.
His pride in his community, as an expression of all that his country stands for.
Heard.
Individual independence, with respect for the rights of others, born of the concept that all men are free and equal.
Separated, I cut myself clean. From a past that comes back in my darkest of dreams. Been apprehended by spiritual force and the grace that replaced all of me. I'm
When they hear that I'm a Jesus freak, I don't really care if they know that I'm a Jesus freak. I'm not here to hide it.
the truth. Kamikaze, my death is gay. I've been marked down, I make her up and kill you. They see me as weak, 'cause I won't live and die for the power that is in me.
When they find out it's true, if they label me a Jesus freak.
And then we swing to the other side of the polarity. Because I heard this one too. This is a throwback. I liked this one in high school a lot.
Looking at young people involved in the occult, do you see any particular type of dress?
I have personally observed people wearing black fingernails, having their hair painted black, wearing black t-shirts. Sometimes they will tattoo themselves.
alone there last week, kissing and crying. You know what I also hear? Who is that? I think it's Breaking Benjamin. I hear two of them. Karmic is very upset. Let's not do that one first. Let's do this one. Beside you. Would you like that? Would you like that? Would you like that? Would you like that? Something's just around. Something's just around to break. I will try to find my place. Run diary. So tell me. That. This one too. I've heard this for a few days actually. This one. No. Get down, please. Now. Thank you. Nail polish. Start this one. This is a throwback too. Whoops. Gotta move quickly.
All spaceship wishes, starry-eyed dreams, balancing a heavy load high in that beam. Promises and fan mail kept in a shoebox. Die for that female. Tears made of dewdrops tucked in. Good night, sleep with the angels. When you awaken, you'll be wearing the same clothes.
Hammer, wrench, amateur porn.
This type of player never sits around to keep the
bench warm on the high plains, jerk off a migraine with feet.
Got a lot of fly free belted into the seats. Rooftop hustler,
Gargle my spit.
Passenger pilot with a car full of chicks.
Yeah, baby, I love the way your eyeballs look, but not enough to compensate for the time y'all took. Mash on. How long is it gonna take to get to Syracuse?
If I leave you tomorrow, you're gonna pack your suitcase and follow. Or would you say peace and forget me next week? Cause sometimes it seems like it's easy to breathe, and all the kids read deep into the lyrics, and the participants wanna be peerless. But in my head's a symphony of your epiphany, and
All I wanted to do was be the motherfucking MC.
Your whole thing.
That you know me so well, your whole thing. That you know me so well, I think you can all go to hell. And tell the devil I said fuck you.
Fuck you, cause it's all overkill. One for the Stellas, two for the Guidos with the swollen eyes, mounted on my people with the lullabies. And any poltergeist can rip and breathe the lilacs, but I'm the type to accidentally kiss the Venus flytraps. This all reminds me of Jelly Shoes and Thundercats with the gash on my criminal record.
So run it back.
And I can feel it as a child growing up. The half of these white rappers are
Probably just racist as fuck.
Play with the bucks just to save a glimpse when I be in the mossy drainage ditch to get the brainy bits from skater chicks. Now that they can flip and I can keel over, but these are
I don't reveal sober, 12/22.
She fronted like she stabbed me in the back with her
Shoulder blade.
Two cigars touch, I smoke them still, cause Lucy thinks the homie slug is infidel and only built for Cuban links. Anything could sing a schizophrenic wind song, but I'm gonna stab it with an ice pick till it's gone. Scream a hate song drastic. People's dropping albums and 2 weeks later it's called classic. Give me a bloody T-bone and some bread rolls to pay the $6.66 death toll. Broken hearted blitzkrieg. See, all we've ever done is be some motherfucking MC. Y'all think that you know me that well. Y'all think that you know me that.
Interesting. I also heard this one. It's a cheeseburger on the screen. Reminds me of Delray. It's one of his favorites.
Let's go! Watch your eyes, I watch you sleeping. Won't I feel beside me, slowly fading, watching me. If I cause her name, would she hold me? If she knew my shame.
Always someone fucking hanging on. Your tears don't fall, they crash around me. Her conscience calls the guilty to come home. Your tears don't fall, they crash around me. The guilty to come home. All right. What else? I think we're good for the music now. It just closed. The channel just closed. I'm not done. Not with this. There's a bit more Reiki to come through. And then I think that's pretty much it for now. I'll be back at some point later. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see. In the meantime, I'm going to finish the dishes and my nails and switch the laundry and go to bed. Cheers. Heard that. I want to see what you do with your nails. I'll get there. I'm getting there. This is the first coat. I need another one. And I do one hand at a time, so I don't smudge one while trying to do the other. Ambidextrous. Yes. Somebody says, why? Because it saves less time and energy, especially if you don't have to keep redoing things or fixing it. Do it once right the first time. But also, if I only do one hand at a time, I can still keep multitasking. It's more productive this way. So 2 birds, 1 stone. I can still multitask and also don't mess up my nails. I've gotten quite good at it on both accords, doing them and then also not fucking them up. Cheers. Also, if you do it like this and you let them set properly in between, like this, there's less of a chance of them smudging. Sometimes if it's not fully cured and then you add another layer, it will
like re-soften the underlying nail polish, and then you've got a big gooey center, and it takes twice as long at least to cure, and then you've got more of a chance not only of messing it up, but like just peeling it straight off your nail because it's so soft inside. I don't. No. Keep them thin, let them dry. It's faster and more effective. There's a way to do it with the brush too. There's a technique. There are many techniques. There are many aspects of a proper technique, rather. It's more effective, professionally speaking. Now, to be very clear, if I were sitting down doing someone else's nails as a profession, no, I'd probably do both of their hands at once, more than likely. But I'm not, so. And even then, if I was working on a child or somebody who was fidgety, probably not. Somebody says, well, why? If it's a kid, wouldn't you just want to do it as fast as you can, theoretically speaking? But then also, sometimes kids are unpredictable. So realistically speaking, no, it's better to do nice thin layers, let them dry, give them a free hand so they can multitask or fidget if they need to. But then even if they're drying more quickly, again, there's less of a chance to mess things up. And then because they're dry layers in between, you can go back, they can take a break if they need to. Get some energy out, get a snack, go to the restroom, whatever. And then you can go back and just do another layer on top. Versus having to keep going back in and repaint them because the kid's too fidgety to not, anybody really, adult or otherwise, to not put dents or pockets in them. Or peel the polish straight off on accident. Somebody is confused as to what I mean. I mean, if you've got wet polish and you accidentally hit it on something, it's liable to just scrape clean off the top of your nail, and then you're left with a reverse buzz cut on your fingernail polish. A reverse mohawk, rather. Big empty scoop taken out of the top of it. No, because then you have to take all of it off and repaint it. Somebody says, can't you just put another glob on top? No, because then it's all lumpy and weird and it settles funny. You've got to scrape it and start over. Right. Oh, okay, that does take longer. Yeah, there's a method to my madness. Organized chaos. Cheers. If this is what it takes, Shawn Mendes. I'm not going to play it, but I hear it. Karmics saying, I'm so sorry we did that to her. Some of the plagiarizing copycats also was realizing that they were trying to compete with, well, you can't compete where you don't compare. Why did we do that? Because you're selfish and stupid and arrogant and you thought you were sneaky. I'd say. It's a good guess. Observationally speaking. For starters. Also, you're selfish. You know? Observationally speaking. Divine Masculine said, if this is what it takes, let me be the one to mend the pain. I'll break down the walls that are in our way if this is what it takes. He says, I watched your troubled eyes as we... See, I just accidentally knocked my finger on the side of this. Not that it would matter. It's black polish and black clothing, but it's already dry. Point proven. You mean so you could go in? Yes, I could go in now and do another color if I want. I'm not going to. I'm going to give it another few minutes. Partially because I'm busy, but technique. Part of the problem is people use too much and they're too impatient. I see that. Somebody says, yeah, because I never want to wait for 2 coats, so I just do a thicker one all at once. But you're right, then it does get fucked up because it's not curing properly. It's too thick. Cures on the outside first, and then it's like, if you ever baked a cake, it gets done on the outsides first. Yeah, and then it's softer in the center. It's like that. You want it to bake level all at once. Bake, cure. There's not really a middle for it to be soft or stay soft if it's a thin enough coat, only if it's too thick. I see somebody writing down notes. You're welcome. Don't forget to give credit where it's due. God's watching. Thank you. It's not for everybody, of course. But I did pick that up. I'm curious too about this. To see that. You want to tell me about these evil eye energies? Maybe they're scared, unexplained freak accident. Told you that. Oh, that may have happened already, or some of these may have just popped off or be about to. Envious of your money. Generational curses. Snakes. They were trying to create problems. And they know that they're in trouble. And that's why their karma is catching up to them. They want other people to be miserable so their misery can have company. They can feel better about themselves. They envy you for following your authentic path and not caring about what others think. Get a dream catcher to protect yourself. You can talk to Archangel Michael and hang over your bed. And then also, this is pyrite. It says using pyrite to help shield you from harmful effects that technology can have on the body. But I have Isis and Osiris pyrite here. What makes it Isis and Osiris pyrite is that on this side it's got more pointed crystals, and this side it's more of a druzy. It's like softer, you see, more dull, kind of sparkly. This is more glitter. Isis and Osiris. It's the duality between them two, the 2 points. I think we're done after this. This one just came out too. When shit hits the fan, they will be ghosts. I told you they're scared. Trying to cause you to feel tired and fatigue. See, they were trying to create hexes or burdens for people, but the return to sender is hitting them back. Okay, let's do the chakra clearing. I've been picking it up for a few days, but there was other integration energy coming through. Reiki that was coming through first, and I did not want to overwhelm anybody's systems. Somebody says, I picked this up yesterday too. Well, what do you mean? It's healing. Yeah, but when you do the healing, sometimes it can stir up stuff that wants to come out and it has to be processed. So I do enough to help, and then sometimes you wait. Right. Somebody says, like, kind of like having to go back to the chiropractor. There's only so much they can do at a time. Sometimes you need a few sessions, etc. Yeah, it's like that. I'm not charging you for it right now. What are you complaining about? And frankly, a wee bit of my time is worth thousands of dollars. So, you're welcome. It's a karmic who's buckling up to try to get some of this. This is not going to help karmic. I hear that. It's so pretty. I'm seeing a split energy in Doshi as an artist. I see very easily that she's so talented. But I also see her lore. She even sings songs about it. I like pills. I like drugs. I like to fuck. I like doing Hollywood shit. Snort it? Hell, I probably would. She's very talented and beautiful. But I already see the temptation for the dark side and her propensity for aspects of that, potentially. She says she has anxiety too, especially if that's a masking tactic or something, coping tactic. And I hear that it's a choice. It's one of those test energies. There's hope for her to choose the light side. She's right in the swing of it right now. Like she's right in the middle. She's still at that point where she's got a choice, but she's being offered all of it. She could stay in alignment and still have the gift, still use the platform, still grow. Or because all that I like doing Hollywood shit, it's all being offered to her. I just picked up Kanye. Yeah, well, going down that kind of a lifestyle is already being offered to her, so it's up to her as to what she chooses. I would like to see her thrive without that toxicity. For sure. But listen to this, it's really cool. I think this is I think she did this a few years ago, but it's just recently going viral. It's really beautiful.
First,
It's somebody I used to know track. Girl.
Quietly, trying to silence me. My anxiety can't shake it off of me. Somebody's watching me, and my anxiety. Solo, no mojo. I bounce back, no pogo. Unhappy, no homo. New brands, no logos. Money on my junk, my natural hustler. Think I need a smuggler up in Russia. You could be my butler, shine my cutler. Shout out to Oyenda, that's the guzzler. Okay, next thing, my life is a wet dream. I call it a sex scene. The back is a nice tease. I tried to escape. My life is an X-ray. I'm sorry, a sex tape. You only get one tape. Quiet on the set, please.
Oh, she just talked about the sex tape. I picked that up about the Kanye thing.
Rolling anxiety in 3, 2, 1. Anxiety, keep on trying me. Feel it quietly, trying to silence me. Anxiety, shake it off of me. Somebody's watching me. It's my anxiety.
Heard that. Somebody was skeptical. Somebody thought I was overhyping the song until I started to play it. No, not at all.
From floor dirt, what's in that clear blue water? No limits, no borders. What's in that new world order? Marco, Polo, Negro run from Popo, blue light in that rojo. this tightness in my chest, like an elephant is standing on me, and I just let it take over. Anxiety keeps on driving me. Anxiety keeps on driving me. Anxiety, oh, I feel I'm trying, oh, I feel so silence, keep quiet, oh, somebody's touching me. Anxiety, oh, it's my anxiety, oh, I should be trying, it's my anxiety, oh, I should be silent, it's my anxiety, oh, somebody's watching me. It's my anxiety, oh, I feel anxiety, oh, shake it off, shake it off, it's my anxiety, you gotta keep it on me, shake it off, shake it off, it's my anxiety, you gotta shake it off.
Here, another one.
Yeah, 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 and you don't stop, and you won't stop, and you don't stop. I was a teller since the public school era. Bathroom passes, cutting classes, squeezing asses. Smoking blunts was a daily routine since 13. A chubby nigga on the scene. I used to have the tray deuce and the deuce in my bubble goose. Now I got the Mac in my knapsack, lounging back. Smoking sacks up in accent sidekicks with my sidekicks, rocking fly kicks. Honeys wanna chat, but all we wanna know is where the party at. And can I bring my gas? If not, I hope I don't get shot. Then I'll throw my vest on my chest, cause niggas is a mess. It don't take nothing but front for me to start something. Bucking and bucking at niggas like I was duck hunting. Dumbing out just me and my crew, cause all we wanna do is party and bullshit and party and bullshit and party.
I got you.
Slugs from the honeys, pound from the rock. Next thing my man said that I knew from the projects. Said he had beef, asked me if I had my piece. Sure do, 222s in my shoes. Holla if you need me, love, I'm in the house. Roman strong, see what the honeys is about. Mo poppin', ho poppin', ain't no stop.
Always so overrated. I find it too sweet, personally. Way too expensive for that. Just get a bottle of Prosecco, if that's what you want. I tend to find Prosecco too sweet, personally. I take my whiskey neat, coffee black in my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. You're too sweet for me. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, or 1 o'clock in the morning here. 12:46. I hear this one too. Who is that? Chris Stapleton. Okay. This one's Hosier. I love this song. So good. Just the melodies.
Every time you die.
So good. So on Karmic's, them picking up Death Prophecy have been, but yeah, that was a sync. Ugh. Not good. That did not come with a good feeling. They're in trouble. They're uncomfortable. I don't blame them. I would be too if I were them. But I don't treat people the way that they did. That's why they're getting karma.
shade, I'm an early bird. It's 10 o'clock before I say a word. Baby, I can never tell. How do you think so well? You keep telling me to live right, to go to bed before the daylight. But then you wake up for the sunrise. You know you don't gotta pretend. Baby, now and then, don't you just wanna wake up? Dark as a lane, smelling like a bonfire, lost in the haze. If you're drunk on life, babe,
I think it's great.
but while in this world,
I think I'll take my whiskey,
my coffee bag,
in my bed with me. You're too sweet for me.
you're too
Sweet for me.
I take my
Whiskey,
my coffee bag,
in my bed with me.
you're too
Sweet for me.
you're too sweet.
For me.
Aim low, I aim true, and the ground's where I go. I work late when I'm free from the phone, and the job gets done, but you worry some. I know, but who wants to live forever, babe? You treat your mouth as if it's heaven's gate. The rest of you like you're the
TSA.
I wish I could go along. Babe, don't get me wrong, you know you're bright as the morning, soft as the rain, pretty as a vine, sweet as a grape. You can sing in a bedroom, baby, I'll wait until that day.
I think I'll
Take my whiskey, my coffee bag,
in my bed with me.
you're too
Sweet for me.
you're too sweet for
For me.
I take my whiskey, my coffee bag,
In my bed with me.
you're too
Sweet for me.
you're too sweet for me.
In my bed with me. You're too sweet for me.
I better close that before I spill it, because I know myself. I hear What Have I Done by Dermot Kennedy also. What have I done? What have you done? Hi, buddy. Oh. I just heard the name Boris. Is that the movie Boris? Borat? Or no, that's Borat. Wait, Boris? I don't know. What am I picking up? Oh. Oh, is that it? Oh, Boris the goose, the duck? Who knows what I'm talking about? Balto. The wolf dog, the wolf. I love Balto. The Northern Lights. Boris the goose. Hey, there was a whole There was a whole viral TikTok trend thingy. Hold on. And I don't think a lot of people know where the sound bit came from, unless they were like OG traditional Disney fans, but it came from one of my favorite Disney movies, which was The Aristocats. See if I can find it. It's like they wrap themselves up in a blanket and waddle like a duck. Oh. It takes the right keywords though to pull it up. I don't know what I'm looking for. Just see it. What the fuck? No? It must not be a viral thing anymore because it's really not popping up. I think it was short-lived. But the sound bit, I will find it. It came from the movie. And what they're doing is wrapping themselves in blankets and pretending to waddle like a duck. And the sound bit is from that movie where that in that scene, that is what the geese are doing. They're just kind of, the ladies are like waddling along the riverbank, if I recall. And that's the sound bit from it. It's from that particular little clip in that kids movie. But you wouldn't know if you wouldn't know. And most of the people doing it, I think, were, a lot of them were younger, and I don't think a lot of them knew where that came from. Which they wouldn't, would they? There it is. It's just like on my way to tell my husband, and they do different little things. Come here, baby. You don't need to be up there. Come. Nope, I don't play up there. Thank you. I love you. Plenty of spots to play, just not that one. Fortunately for you, my fingernail's dry. You little goofball. Let's see if I can pull it up really quickly. It's not wanting to pull up because it's on TikTok. I'm in America. Now that I have the keywords, let's see if I can find it on YouTube. What the fuck? It is a dumb trend, but look, it's funny. The sound bit is what got me because I know where it comes from. It was my favorite, one of my favorites. So funny. So it says, me on my way to spill every drop of tea to my mom, who once again didn't ask for the oversharing gossip, but often it's like women talking about how they're on their way to tell their husband such and such. Here's the sound bit. Wait. No. This is the original scene from where that sound bit came from and why they do the little shake thing, whether it's with a blanket or without. I have to sneeze. I'm allergic to somebody's bullshit again. But it's so funny to me. Why it's so funny to me. Whew. No! Thomas O'Malley, O'Malley the alley cat. And everybody wants to be a cat because a cat's the only cat that really knows where it's at. Think goose.
O'Malley, I think you should be the rear end. Ready, everyone? Now think goose. Forward, march. Mama, do we have to waddle like...
Oh, I like this one. All right, we're letting it play. Funny. In paradise. Hear this couple too. I'm not mad at all. It's almost a full moon. There's definitely some high priestess energy going on for sure for me. But let's see. that's right. Who is that I'm hearing? It's the reverb version, right? It's not Dea. I hear Don't Let Me Down though too. Is that the Chainsmokers? But who's that other one? Is it Ruth B? It is, isn't it? Ruth B, reverb. Reverb. It's Dandelions. Okay. Let's do this. Thank you. I love you. I hear also, and then one more. Ryan, okay. Ryan, Rim. Which one? Okay. Well, that's a good one too, but that's not the one, right? Which Ryan? Because they both do one. Interesting. Okay. Let's try this again. I'll be right back.
I tried to tell you 100 times, love can kill you and make you cry. I'm not the monster until you're there. I'm just the voices inside your head. Some days we may go our separate ways. Strangely get the best of me, rolling watches underneath the table. Strangely be the death of me. So kiss me with your marijuana breath. I can be a cure for loneliness. A little something to help you forget. So kiss me with your marijuana breath. I can be a cure for loneliness. A little something to help you forget. It's human nature, it's in our bones. Cause no one wants to be all alone. From the darkness behind your eyes, killing brain cells and killing time. Some days we may go our separate ways. Strangely get the best of me, rolling watches underneath the table. Strangely be the death of me. So kiss me with your marijuana breath. I can be a cure for loneliness. A little something to help you forget. So kiss me with your marijuana breath. I can be a cure for loneliness. A little something to help you forget.
You know? Alright, I heard this one too. Very pretty. This is one of my favorites. This version. There are karmics who are very upset. I hear, why do you have to be so pretty and good at everything you do? It's very strange. Seems to be jealousy of some kind. Also, I hear body envy.
Maybe it's the way you say my name. Maybe it's the way you play your game. But it's so good. I've never known anybody like you. But it's so good. I've never dreamed of nobody like you. And I've heard of a love that comes once in a lifetime. And I'm pretty sure that you are that love of mine. 'Cause I'm in a field of dandelions, wishing on everyone that you would be mine. I see forever in your eyes. I feel okay when I see you smile. Smile. Wishing on dandelions all of the time. Praying to God that one day you'll be mine. Wishing on dandelions all of the time. All of the time. I think that you are the one for me. 'Cause it gets so hard to breathe when you're looking at me. I've never felt so alive and free. When you're looking at me, I've never felt so happy. And I've heard of a love that comes once in a lifetime. I'm pretty sure that you are the love of mine. 'Cause I'm in a field of dandelions, wishing on everyone that you would be mine. I see forever in your eyes. I feel okay when I see you smile. Smile. Wishing on dandelions all the time. Praying to God that one day you'll be mine. Wishing on dandelions all of the time. All of the time. Dandelion into the wind you go. Won't you let my darling know? Dandelion into the wind you go. Won't you let my darling know that I'm in a field of dandelions, wishing on everyone that you would be mine. I see forever in your eyes. I feel okay when I see you smile. Dandelions all the time. Praying to God that one day you'll be mine. Wishing on dandelions all of the time. All of the time.
I heard this one too. I thought they were talking about the Ryan Einrum covers of this. I really like him. He's super underrated artist who's done a number of covers. I haven't seen him do any for years, but there are a few of them. He does Dunno by Mac Miller, and he does some Dermot Kennedy. There's another one a couple of songs actually I learned because of his profile, because of the covers that he had done. I'd never heard them before. But there's something about him as an artist. There's a level of, I don't know, just spirit in him and his voice, and the way that he put a bit of an acoustic spin on songs that you wouldn't typically hear spun acoustically. I just like it. There's something, he's gifted. I don't know what happened, but the videos he still has are up. This is not him though. This is another cover artist named Ryan J. This is an acoustic version, and this is also good. I've listened to this for years. It's still good. Oh, really good actually. The background is pretty too. Sitting by a river, I think.
I wanna be king in your story. I wanna know who you are. I want your heart to beat for me. Oh, I want you to sing to me softly. Cause then I run in the dark. That's all that love ever taught me. Oh, I call and I rush out. All out of breath now. You've got that power over me. My mind. Everything I hold dear resides in those eyes. You've got that power over me. My mind. The only one I know. The only one in my mind. You've got that power over me. My mind. Power over me. My mind. Remember the lake in the moonlight. Remember you shiver and shine. I'll never forget what you looked like on that night. I know that time's gonna take me. I know that day's gonna come. I just want the devil to hate me. Oh, I call and I rush out. All out of breath now. You've got that power over me. My mind. Everything I hold dear resides in those eyes. You've got that power over me. My mind. The only one I know. The only one on my mind. You've got that power over me. My mind. Power over me. My mind. Got that power over me. My mind. It was all down. They were all around. So we'll hide away and never tell. You decided darkness knows you well. The lesson of love, all that it was. I need you to see. You got that power over me. My mind, everything I hold dear resides in those eyes. Got that power over me. My mind, the only one I know. The only one in my mind. You've got that power over me.
Hi, baby boy. Can I give you a little lovins? Is that what you need? You need some cuddles. You know it's getting kind of late. You ready for beddy bye almost? Mommy's not quite. We're moon owling a little bit, you know. But it's okay. My little nocturnal. You're just a cutie pie. Thanks for the cuddles. You ready to go down? Yeah. It's okay. It's my good boy. I love you, pumpkin. So, let's do this one. I heard this one too. Tomatoes. Hi, babies. Little monkey. Oh boy. Mwah. Mwah. Mommy's getting sleepy. We're getting in.
Tell me if you wanna.
Hey.
Smoke a marijuana.
Oh.
Listen to Nirvana. Hey. Walk into the sky and we levitate. We're getting deep in spaces. Oh, we're feeling good, feeling great.
Johnson is freaking badass, dude. I saw him insult himself the other day. It made me sad to see. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know?
Woke up this morning like pouring. You're with me, I thought I'd be better off alone. Now my soul that's been torn and reborn started breathing. What have I done? What have I done? I never thought I needed saving. I was right where I should be. Good God, I know it's dangerous, but it's you that I need. I'm in love this time. I'm in love this time. What have I done?
I don't know. What's up?
So don't you fall back asleep for this moment. Just be, I wanna get it right for once. Oh, I've been knocked out and beat, but this feeling is fleeting. What have I done? What have I done? Never thought I needed saving. I was right where I should be. Good God, I know it's dangerous, but it's you that I need. I'm in love this time. I'm in love this time. What have I done? What have I done? Ever since the other night, I've been thinking about the way you smile, golden. Wanna move inside of your life. Ever since the other night, I've been thinking about the way you smile, golden. Wanna move inside of your life. What have I done? Oh no, what have I done? You'd be great for me now. I never thought I needed saving. I was right where I should be. Good God, I know it's dangerous. It's you that I need. I'm in love this time. I'm in love this time. What have I done? What have I done?
Hi, babies. What's going on? Let's do this one. I hear this too. I need that for a second, my love. Silly goosey. Just for a second. Oh, not on that, please. Thanks. Heartless.
Crashing, hit a wall. Right now, I need a miracle. Hurry up now, I need a miracle. Stranded, reaching out. I call your name, but you're not around. I say your name, but you're not around. Nobody by my side. I need ya, I need ya, I need you right now. Yeah, I need you right now. So don't let me, don't let me, don't let me down. I think I'm losing my mind now. It's in my head, darling. I hope that you'll be here when I need you the most. So don't let me, don't let me, don't let me down. Don't let me down.
Don't let me down. Don't let me down, down, down.
Don't let me down, down, down. Don't let me down, down, down.
You know.
Don't let me down.
I also heard this one earlier. I heard that one too. What was that? Who's that by? Luke Combs. Beautiful Crazy.
What do you think, Lou?
Yeah, I think we're. Just give the people what they want. This is the song they want. Scott, you're gonna see me master the selfie during this.
Here we go, boys.
Her day starts with a coffee and ends with a wine. Takes forever getting ready, so she's never on time for anything. But she gets that come get me look in her eyes. Well, it kinda scares me the way that she drives me wild. She drives me wild. Beautiful, crazy, she can't help but amaze me. The way that she dances, ain't afraid to take chances, and wears her heart on her no sleeves. Yeah, she's crazy, but her crazy is beautiful to me. She makes plans for the weekend, can't wait to go out, till she changes her mind, says let's stay on the couch and watch
Listen to music instead of going outside where it's awfully peacefully out there.
falls asleep. Beautiful, crazy, she can't help but amaze me. The way that she dances, ain't afraid.
Heard that too. Okay. I think there are two more up here, maybe. Do this one.
Used to spend my nights out in the ballroom.
What is that song?
Liquor was the only love I'd known. But you rescued me from reaching for the bottom
There it is.
and brought me back.
With your love.
Yeah, too far gone. You're as smooth as Tennessee Whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass
I heard this one too. It's actually really pretty.
You might.
Shh. Those commercials. Just spam bots. Here we go.
Kicks out on the outskirts of town. I can never do it like a
Pretty city boy,
I'm more efficient in the dark.
nitty gritty boy.
So lay back and let me paint you a picture. The way I wanna kiss you. Swell as a Mississippi, strong as a fifth
The whiskey. Every time
I wanna
love you like that.
deeper than a sunset sky.
Sweeter than muscadine wine.
Till the sun comes back.
Love you like that.
When I'm with you, I can see down the road, girl. Not just the gravel when we're traveling on, girl. And I'm betting that it's gonna be a wild ride. But I promise that I'm gonna be there by your side. I think we got another memory in the making. So baby, let's take it. Mississippi, strong as a fifth
The whiskey.
town, petty track. I wanna love you like that. Deeper than a sunset sky.
Sweeter than muscadine wine.
Till the sun comes back.
Love you like that. Hi, baby. What are you doing?
Ain't gonna do it like a pretty city boy. I'm a fishing in the dark.
Nitty gritty boy.
So let me love you. Slow as a Mississippi. Strong as a fifth.
The whiskey.
Steady as a town petty track, girl. I wanna love you like that. Deeper than a sunset sky. Sweeter than
Muscadine wine. Oh.
till the sun comes back. I wanna love you like
Okay, I also heard this one. And I'm thinking of a download, but I want to check. That's what I thought. Hold on. Remember the Shell and Monk cards were coming out earlier, and I've been picking this download all day, but I often brush it off. This one. Hold on. Let me just talk. I would like some clarity. If this is distortion energy, let me know, of course, but I want to hear what you have to say about it, God, because I think you're telling me what you're telling me. You know, it's not very often, but I just hear won the war. I just want a hard yes or no.
You gonna order a drink or not?
I like my water with lemon and lime. That's
Are you gonna order a drink or not? Oh goodness. All right. There's a reason I'm picking this up. Hold on. Oh, we hear that. kinda like us, you and I.
If you were fruit, you'd be a fine apple. If you were words, you'd be the fine print. I like the trauma and the time travel, so you could walk by me again.
I want you to tell me.
I see your face whenever I blink. You a Pisces, kinda sweet like the iced tea. Southern kind, never undermine. Never put your dreams undermine. We a team, anything. Heard me sing like a bunch of times. Just when the caterpillar thought the world was over, man, it turned into a butterfly. Like my water with lemon and lime. That's cause they're better combined.
Kinda like us, you and I.
I like my water with lemon and lime. That's cause they're better combined. Kinda like us, you and I. If you were fruit, you'd be a fine apple. If you were word, you'd be the fine. I like the trauma and the time travel, so you could walk by me again.
This divine masculine energy coming. Oh, dude, I'm getting such downloads right now. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Can you give me a hard yay or nay? Please.
So you could walk by me again.
Game of Thrones. I want a hard yay or nay. Go. If you were fruit, you'd be a fine apple. No wonder I was hearing this. Time travel,
So you could walk by
on me again.
If you were fruit, you'd be a fine apple. If you were words, you'd be the fine. I like the trauma and the time travel, so you could walk by me again.
Oh wow.
Of what?
Lemons, limes, water, patience.
Patience.
I've been trying to find this vibe for a long time. Always seemed like it's coming out its own time. But it feels so good, ain't gonna lie. I'd ride or die, feels so good, ain't gonna lie. That's goodbye all the way, then you can't take this. Cause it's feeling so real that you can't fake this. But it feels so good, ain't gonna lie. I'd ride or die, feels so good, ain't gonna lie. That's goodbye. We ain't never quit. We ain't never quit, boy. We ain't never
I don't think this is the one that I was trying to find. Hold on. Hi, babies. This is from a newer artist that I found a few months ago. His name is Benja. I forget which one it was, though. It was... Purpose. There it is. There's a crown chakra attack coming through. I just picked up spell work. Divine Masculine says, no, not today, Satan. Thank you for that. I've got Reiki coming through. It's prayer Reiki. It'll activate my whole prayer list. Thank you.
One thing I know is I got a purpose. Ready to fight, all of my might, it's gonna be worth it. One thing I know is I got a purpose. Ready to fight, all of my might, it's gonna be worth it. I know it's gonna be worth it. You see me put in work. Can't sit back and be another victim even when it hurts. I've been there, I've been low, sometimes violent. Now I'm free, job relief, won't be silent. I feel like I need to get out of here. So search who I of my might, it's gonna be worth it. One thing I know is I got a purpose. Ready to fight all of my might, it's gonna be worth it. I done did it all, I ain't never done half. Working like I'm broke, yeah, I'm pushing like that. I thought I told you we ain't never quit on. If I ain't here, then you can find me fishing. I'm praying that I heal from my broken path. Praying that I stay on the narrow path. I thought I told you that we on a mission. And it's the nature's way.
Okay, this one. I've been hearing this all day. This is a good one.
I can play dirty, I won't have no mercy. Drop a notch on my white flag, burn it down. And I can play messy, I cannot
Thank you.
where it gets me. When I'm done to my
Thank you,
hands,
Heard.
it hits me. Brown eyes, did you see me crumble? Did you hear me cry? 'Cause I'm just fine, and you just lost your mind. I'll go for a drink, boy, 'cause it's Friday. Overthinking, just wanna party. It is to be hope, we'll go figure. You're the sucker who pulled the trigger. Go for a drink, boy, 'cause it's Friday. You're my best friend, broke in my driveway. When it's a gin and juice and for a burger, just remember who pulled the trigger. I can be nasty, shoot you down on a back street, run the town, favorite blonde, vigilante, blood on my guilty hands. But you're just not on my mind much. You see it red, I'm seeing lilac. I just wanna.
You seeing red, I'm seeing lilac.
Live lavish, guess that wasn't part of your plan. But tell me in your brown eyes, did you see me crumble? Did you hear me cry? 'Cause I'm just fine, and you just lost your mind. I'll go for a drink, boy, 'cause it's Friday. Overthinking, just wanna party. It is up to be hope, we'll go figure. You're the sucker who pulled the trigger. Go for a drink, boy, 'cause it's Friday. You're my best friend, broke in my driveway. When it's a gin and juice and for a burger, just remember who pulled the trigger.
Oh yeah, wasn't it right after this that the stalker, I posted this morning and that stalker came by, I think. Maybe they were trying to check to see if there was anybody in my driveway. I knew they were, because that's exactly what I told the police. So that's what I picked up. But I wonder if he heard this song and was trying to be. It was just a song I liked, you dumb bitch. There's one line in the song that said she's got somebody in her driveway. Let me go stalk her house and see. Crazy pants. What's wrong with you? Get a hobby. A real one. Divine Masculine says you're gonna get it for lying under oath about her. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
We them bougie natives. I got turquoise on my red. We them bougie natives. 5 rings up on my bed. We them bougie natives. Big hat with the brand. We them bougie natives. Got that custom made blade. We them bougie natives. No city, no sweet grass, no sage. We them bougie natives. Put my knowledge in my bag. We them bougie natives. No city, no sweet grass, no sage. We them bougie natives. You can holler at me now. Look, slow goonie from the boonies. Not the type you see in movies. Felt the spirit living through me since I was a puny doobie. Nietzsche, looky, how I get low when I boogie. Don't buy me some goodies. I'm Nate and bougie. My wifey be the wolf and I'm the wolf that's from the sea. And she no Pocahontas, more like Buffy St. Marie. Come do your dance with me. I dip, you dip, we dip. No, it ain't blasphemy. I sip, you sip, we sit with Nisi cup. turn your back on home. We them bougie natives. I got turquoise on my red. We them bougie natives. 5 rings up on my bed. We them bougie natives. Big hat with the bread. We them bougie natives. Got that custom made bleed. We them bougie natives. New city, new sweet rats, new sage. We them bougie natives. Put my knowledge in my bag. We them bougie natives. New city, new sweet rats, new sage. We them bougie natives. You can holler at me now. Hey ho, can't you tell them all? The smoke shop is closed. Can you tell your boys dope? Man, I'm spending like I made it, and I'm smudging cause I'm broke again. Always running late, I hope the liquor store is open. I got carvers, weavers, beaters, and designers on my team. I got braiders, hella famous that I'm signing to my team. In my limousine, gonna look steezy. Next to mine, Digi Queen. Yeah, that's my push McGee. I know ballers, I know chiefs, I know riders from the east. I know educated natives down to picket in the streets. Middle fingers to police, but you become in peace. I know red skin hippies that be giving me the creeps. I know beauty, I know beach, I know savages and freaks, and I know a couple cousins even bushier than me. No, ain't elite, bushy name, yes indeed. Art exhibit to the club, and we roll it 20 deep. Copper on my neck, gold on my ring, feather on my hat, skin stitch chin, 100 warriors on my back, daily drumming when I sing. Man, there ain't no way around it. I'm a bougie native. I got turquoise on my red. We them bougie natives. 5 rings up on my bed. We them bougie natives. Big hat with the brand. We them bougie natives. Got that custom made blend. We them bougie natives. New city, new sweet grass,
New sage.
we them bougie natives. Put my knowledge in my brain. We them bougie natives.
New city, new sweet grass, new
We
sage.
them bougie natives. You can holler at me now.
Babies, I love you. Hold on just a second. Karmic is feeling sick to their stomach. I hear that and feel that. Okay.
Which is rightfully ours. Years from now, my people will be forced to live in mobile homes on reservations. Your people will wear cardigans and drink highballs. We will celebrate the spot, baby. I love you. You will play golf and enjoy hors d'oeuvres. My people will have pain and degradation. Your people will have stations. The gods of my tribe have spoken. They have said, do not trust the pilgrims. And for all these reasons, I decided to expel you and burn your village to the ground.
Treatment of American Indians today by the film industry, excuse me, and on television in movie reruns, and also with recent happenings at Wounded Knee.
Taking the land which is rightfully ours. Years from now, my people will be forced to live in mobile homes on reservations. Your people will wear cardigans and drink highballs. We will celebrate
heard that. Karmic says she's scary. Well, you're scared now? I told you could try to muddy my name all you wanted, but I would wear your hate like war paint. And this has been my signature for over a decade.
When you look at the world,
When you look at the world, it's time for you to gain some perspective, Karmics.
I will be one of the greatest, that is a vow, yeah, that is a promise. Always wanted to be famous, just being real, yeah, just being honest. My haters gon' always be nameless, give them no clout, I give them no power. Creators built different than ancient, sooner than later, I will be ours. I keep an eye out for the numbers, I stay in
Constant synchronization.
to infinity, even beyond it. I am a calling, no destination. A lot of things I am above, and there are a lot of things that are above me. Do not come for the people I love, cause
Then I get scary, then I get ugly.
ain't no problem, I'm the
Equation.
presence, loaded, observation. I'm not moving,
Reborn creation.
come and find me.
Sending a location.
Ain't no problem,
I'm not.
equation, presence, loaded, observation. I'm not moving.
Reborn creation.
Come and find me, sending
Location.
silent. You'll never receive my guidance. Don't give it all in, don't fight it. Fight your flame and light it. Most taken out of fight. You'll never be compliant. Yeah, I gotta tell to the silence. It's so much more than a mindset. I'm so proud of the changes. Take it all, have it, claim it. Don't wait till God to say it. Don't get too high, stay waiting. Time to break down the matrix. They don't like the mic of matrix. Their message is clear, it's blatant. It's blatant. Be one of the greatest, that is a vow, yeah, that is a promise. That is a promise. Always wanted to be famous, just being real, yeah, just being honest. Just being honest. I will be one of the greatest, that is a vow, yeah, that is a promise.
Heard a couple of more. Hi, baby. What, my lovey? What are you looking for? You want some love? I hear you. Oh, I hear you. I know it's late for you. You want some cuddles? Just my cuddle, baby. I hear that. You really do need a cat carrier. This is my Velcro kitty. And it's okay. But I do a lot by myself, so sometimes I need my hands. That's why I do one manicure hand at a time, like I said.
Where should we run to? We got the world in our hands and we're ready to play. They say we're wasted, but how can we waste it if we're loving every day? Okay, I got the keys to the universe, so stay with me. Cause I got the keys, babe. Don't wanna wake up, wanna take wishing that we come more. I wanna live fast and never look back. Don't wanna wake up one day wondering where it all go. Cause we'll be home before. I wanna hear you sing it.
Hey, mama, don't stress your mind.
We coming home tonight.
Hey, mama, don't stress your mind. Drive yours out.
We'll be back in the morning when the
Sun starts to rise.
don't stress your mind.
You know what I noticed is when I hit the vibrato in my voice, it's like a purr. The cats find it, they run out and they start purring because it's the closest thing to a human purr. the vibrato. Hey mama, hey mama, don't stress your mind. We ain't coming home tonight, night. It's the same frequency, kind of. Yeah, I know. Mama, hey. Owie! Can't do that. That hurts me. Let go. I'm not playing with you.
Where should we run to? We got a ticket that takes us wherever we like. We got our problems, but just for a minute, let's push all our troubles aside.
Divine Masculine says she's like the black cat to my golden retriever.
The universe is alright. We got the keys, baby.
Help! That just overwhelmed the shit out of me. He said, yeah, that just proved my point. My micro expression of frustration. She's like the black cat to my very finicky, he says, very very philanthropic, but I don't know what exactly this word is that I'm looking for. It's like a cross between precise. She knows what she's looking for. She doesn't want to settle for any bullshit.
One day, wonder where it all goes. 'Cause we'll be home before
You know. Don't stress your mind. All right. It would help if I had the brightness of the screen up so I could actually see it. It got stuck. It's split screens. It got stuck. I also heard this. Ooh. Sean James.
We were raised by wolves, and we are still wild, and we howl when the trouble winds blow. And in the TV's blue light, oh, assassins will lie. If we just go down slow, so don't tread on me, for I am your brother.
These are wolves.
I was born
Actual wolves.
in American heart. And don't tread on her, for
I am your
your
sister.
sister, she was born within American heart. With all the people you meet down in the streets, may be good, but they don't want it all. So they cover
baby boy. I love you right now. The little song.
When all the mothers will cry, Father, stay up all night with a chill that goes to the bone. And if your God makes war, then he's no God I know.
God damn it.
For Christ would not send boys to die. So don't tread on me, for I am your brother. I was born with an American heart.
Well, this one may have just had a copyright issue. Sometimes they do, which is fine. I can tweak it. But it's not a big deal. Always give credit where it's due. The original artist pops up and gets content credit. And any, I don't monetize anyway. But they get all monetization profits and residuals and such. That's theirs. I'm gonna do this one.
I hate you because I don't understand.
Okay, goodness gracious. No, you need to hop out of here.
Hop off of this feed because lately YouTube's been doing this thing where if it crashes and they come back, it doesn't actually load and register. So rather than waste time, I may just reboot this feed and that's fine. Perfect timing. Catch you soon.